I think so. Are you ready, Udo? Tu sei pronta? Ok.
Aspetta. Mi metto a voi? Mi metto a voi? La schermata a voi?
Sì. One and two? E chi sono? Ok. Allora, tu prendi. Ok, potresti prendere? Sì, ok, grazie. There's someone inside that we need to bring into the... So sorry for the wait, but there's a couple of people outside who we thought might want to come into the room for the start. So before we hit the button on the live stream, we wanted them to have the chance to come in.
It's all very symbolic.
Siamo online. It's true.
It's one of my absolute favorites.
Yeah. What do you think? It's 9:30. Shall we go? Apparently the live stream has started. So. Nando, che dici? Andiamo? Perché abbiamo già 5 minuti di ritardo.
Io non ho capito neanche cosa stiamo aspettando.
Apparentemente c'erano 2 persone fuori. Sì, ma lui potrebbe anche venire.
Non lo so, io non ho deciso.
I mean, they will not be able to profit from that.
In caso possiamo avere un video. Questo è
Sì. This is worse than actually doing.
Everybody's waiting.
I find this part.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone, and sorry to keep you waiting. We wanted to give those arriving just a little more time to arrive, but we know that some are connecting online, and thank you to those who are joining online. We're really delighted finally to be here in Barcelona for our final conference of the COMET project. What a lovely venue, and our thanks go to our partners who have helped to organise the logistics of this conference, in particular Fons Català and Open Arms, who are here on the spot and have been so generous in their support. It is hard to believe that so many years have passed since we first wrote the project, and here now, finally, we are together. And for those who don't know the project well, it's maybe worth pointing out that for some of the partners, this is the first time that we meet in person, because we took the decision, in order to save cost and because the project was written around the time of COVID, to do all of our meeting online. So it's been a joy, in fact, to see some of you in person and to gather together here today. We wanted to mention a couple of things at the outset. For those who are in the business of posting on social media, we have a hashtag, which is COMET for Refugees. Please feel free to tweet, or I don't know if we can use that word anymore, post your comments regarding the conference, and we would be delighted to see what you have to say. We want to thank also HiLab in the person of Ludovica, who has helped to prepare not only the background slides and some of the documents that we've produced throughout the lifetime of the project, but also our website. And those who haven't yet had a look at the website, please take the opportunity to do that and see some of the materials that we've produced. And you'll find the details of the website on the programme. It's cometnetwork.eu. Our aim today is to look backwards and forwards. This morning we will be taking stock of all that we have achieved, of some of the obstacles that we've faced during the lifetime of the COMET project. And this afternoon, partly informed by the venue, we want to take a look at the future and how we can advocate for growing safe pathways, and in particular in this country, in Spain, and the particular context here. And so our partners, Fons Català, will be helping us to focus on the Spanish and Catalonian context, with a view to informing the discussions that we have about how we can move things going forward. And so with that, I turn to Torsten Moritz, who is going to be moderating the morning sessions and some of this afternoon as well. Torsten, who represents CCME, the Church's Commission for Migrants in Europe, one of the partners in the project, has a PhD in political science from the Freie Universität Berlin, and his academic work focused on political transformation in Central and Eastern Europe after 1989. Prior to being involved with CCME, he was in the leadership of various pan-European youth networks, but now is General Secretary of the Church's Commission for Migrants in Europe. In that capacity, he also co-chairs the European NGO Platform on Asylum and Migration, APAM, which has an important role advocating with European institutions. Thank you, Torsten.
Thank you very much, Fiona, and good morning from me as well. As Fiona mentioned, my name is Torsten Moritz. Moritz, like the brewery here in Barcelona. If you have trouble remembering that, just look at your beer glass. We at CCME and me personally had the privilege to be involved in the project, for example, in facilitating 2 webinars on results and findings of the project, but also contributing to fact sheets. And what I'm going to tell you a bit about now is related to the last product we delivered, namely a so-called briefing paper, which was a bit there to summarize what the project did and found out and achieved, largely based on questionnaires sent to the participating organizations. Couple of basic details. You know, it was a project which had 14 different participating organizations from 7 countries, and they came from different sectors, majority civil society organizations. But with Fons Català, for example, we had an organization, and I noted it down last week, an association of local and supra-local organizations here in the region of Catalonia. We had UNHCR, we had think tanks, so it's quite a colorful mix. One of the important things was that the project was designed to be refugee-centric. And that meant many things, but just to cut a long story short, it didn't only look at refugees and persons seeking protection as beneficiaries or victims or of something, but as people with potentials, with hopes, with plans, and that was kind of a red thread which went through the project. I would say there have been 5 big achievements of the project, and the first one, which I think most of you will also recognize it, the project enabled 121 persons to restart life, to be transferred to safety through safe passages, and to restart life in Europe. That was a very practical thing, a very complex one, as realities would show. There were lots of things to consider to make that happen. The second one, the project enabled an exchange on identifying these beneficiaries. How do you do that? What are your criteria? What are checklists you need to observe? And a lot of that is also on the website. You can find most of the materials I'm talking about on the website. And once again, also in that identification phase, it was very important not only to look at the objective protection criteria, but also look at the people and say, what is their project? What is their hope? What is their dream? What do they really need? And that is something which is certainly very much something which can be used in the future. A third point was informing the beneficiaries, and we ought to know in all of these programs, complementary pathways, but also resettlement, there's pre-departure orientation. But what was important to this project was lessons learned to say this pre-departure information has to be delivered by people who really know how it is. So not somebody who sits in an office and knows about, say, Italy from a book, but somebody who him or herself has made the experience of moving to Italy. So it was very important that there was a peer support, and it was very important that it would be interactive and virtual. So one of the things which really came out was the development of a number of podcasts in which day-to-day questions of life in Italy were addressed, and that was then also kind of followed up with the possibility of in-person interviews with people with a migration background, social mediators. And that was really everything from question, can I get work, to what food do you have? Do you have carrots or broccoli? Things like the question, where will I be going in a year's time with my life project? And what was very important is that it was not somebody who was distant, but that this was delivered by people who say, you will not be alone when you arrive in Italy or in Germany or wherever. There'll be somebody to help you with it. And that was the fourth point, preparing these people who were about to receive those who had been coming through complementary pathways. They were really in need of hearing what kind of people are coming, what is their background, how can you build a community to welcome them. And we will in a minute be hearing about the challenges but also opportunity there. And the fifth point, we are inscribed here in this conference in it, is to make the findings public. There is a website, there have been webinars, there's been a report looking at scaling up complementary pathways in the future. So a lot of this is there, not only for the sake of the project, but for growing in the future. Has it been all pie in the sky, wonderful? No, there were difficulties. It was very challenging at points to find enough common ground and yet leave the space for individual countries and organizations in individual countries to develop their own things. So this dynamic, how much do we have in common, how much can we set as standards, but how much space does there need to be for us in the respective country, was a difficult dynamic at times. It was quite difficult to share all the information which would have been needed. And just to give you an example, my favorite story is that one of the beneficiaries upon arrival turned out to be pregnant. Now this is obviously if you have a receiving community who are expecting a family of 3 and all of a sudden you're saying, oh, by the way, it's 4 of them in 3 months, you have a different picture. So it was often the little details which turned out to be difficult, and I know in any project like that, it's, oh, we need to share better information, but there's always a limitation to it, I think. And the third and the biggest difficulty was how unpredictable circumstances were. And I think that on the one hand, Fiona said the project was planned at the time of COVID. It started to be implemented at the time of the invasion of Ukraine and all the impact that has. So a lot of the financial circumstances were throughout the project fragile because it was based on project funding being there, but a lot of activities being conditional on additional funds coming in for local and national work. And the political context. It constantly kept changing, and we come back to that, particularly the two countries of departure, which were foreseen, Libya and Niger, went through turmoils which made things very, very difficult. But there were a lot of strength of the project. There was a high flexibility of everybody in the project, and I think it's also worthwhile to say that the European Commission who funded it, which is known or said to be very bureaucratic, was extremely flexible in taking stock of the changes and the requests for changes. There was a really strong determination of everybody to bring the people to Europe. I think that was very, very strong. And there was within the project a certain spirit of we're in this together. We'll bring this project to a good end. One observation which I had, I've been involved in a number of EU-funded and Europe-wide projects. They're usually about exchange of best practice. What a lot of people mentioned is in this project we were dared to talk about bad practice or problematic practice. We didn't only look at, oh, we did this so well, wonderful, learn from us, but we also said this has gone wrong and this is how we try to fix the problem. And the second point is, it was a very hands-on project. You often exchange best practice, but at the nucleus of this project was not only to develop best practice, but put it into practice. So really the arrival of 121 beneficiaries was very much at the core, but also made the whole process so fragile. Conclusions. Complementary pathways are possible, they are feasible, you may be at different steps, just starting, planning, already along the way, but they are feasible. They can be replicated. Setting standards is helpful. It helps you to remember things even if you've been in the business for quite a long time. What is needed is more stability for the pathways, and a lot of participants pointed out that having a political commitment, which is not just one-off or a memorandum of understanding here or there, but which is a continuous one, which looks at not only at projects but long-term perspectives, is very, very important, and that's a financial aspect which needs to be there, but also a political one, particularly in the context where European asylum and migration policies are changing very much. There is a need for a more permanent space for complementary pathways. But, as I said in the beginning, the maybe most important achievement was bringing 121 people into a situation where they can restart life, and that is something which can and should be replicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Torsten, for giving us some of the key elements in your final briefing paper or report, which has now been published on the website. So if you would like more detail about that and about the mechanics of the project, please go to the website and take a look. I will now depart this area of the room and leave Torsten to moderate the next session.
Yes, thank you very much, Fiona. And I would ask Julia, Valentina, and Kirsten to come to the podium here with me. And we are now in the next 40-45 minutes going to look at chronologically the starting point, like how do you build pathways. And we have partners here who are in different points of having built them or wanting to build them, all with certain surprises, certain challenges, but also things which turn out to be an opportunity. Well, maybe that's too optimistic, but... And we're starting with our coordinating organization, represented here by Giulia Gori. Giulia is working for the Federation of Protestant Churches in Italy and has been very much one of the key persons in the design and implementations of the Humanitarian Corridor project right from the beginning. She also is very active in policy advocacy work in migration and asylum, and that is based on a degree, a master's degree in the theory and practice of human rights at the University of Essex. And Giulia, what was the thinking behind creating a series of common tools to build pathways? How were they used or not used? Maybe you can tell us something about that.
Sure. So as I'm sure everyone remembers, we spent, I would say, the first 6 months, 8, 10 months, of our project working on the notorious War Package 2. And War Package 2 was aimed to what we wrote on our application, to tune the orchestra, to provide a foundation for the activities to be carried out during the life of the project. And we imagine War Package 2 so rich because the partnership was extremely rich. 14 partners from 7 different member states. So we felt that having such a rich partnership called for a systematic share of information between partners, between different contexts. And we really wanted to co-design together methodology, common standards, share operating procedure. And that's why we spent, again, a number of months, more than a semester for sure, working on a series of common tools. Let me just recall how many. So we had the status quo in relevant departure country, which was a very nice mapping exercise, aiming to give a clear picture of different contexts in different potential departure countries. I remember at the beginning we imagined Libya, why not Niger, why not Egypt? I remember a number of different countries. And the mapping exercises was very useful because it helped us focusing on a number of very relevant aspects you need to consider when opening a corridor. And I think that the exercise was specifically useful for those organizations who were about to open for the first time their own corridor. So I remember a number of issues to be considered: security issues, referral system, who could refer as potential candidates, how to identify the logistics, is it easy to have access to potential candidates, how to make the interview, entry visa, it is necessary, fees, potential fees for those who have their visa expired, is it necessary to have an exit permit, how, under which condition, so a number of interesting and very relevant aspects to be considered. Then we had the other deliverable called the status quo in host countries. So another interesting mapping exercise to give a clear picture of our own framework, our national framework, our local context where participants would have been hosted. And again, was a nice exercise to learn more about our own framework, national framework. So eligibility for entry, who can enter under which pipeline, are there preconditions to be considered, which is the entry mechanism, which visa, the legal status that refugee would have get after their entry. Now, would have been asylum seeker or directly their full international protection status, all elements such the one I was mentioning. Then we had our third deliverable, which is the identification and matching of beneficiaries, so a common methodology and tools to proceed with the identification and matching. And here we really wanted to develop a common methodology, common tools to identify beneficiaries. And again, I remember we had these many, I would say, meetings, online meetings, trying to discuss which element, which indicators we should consider. Again, I remember family composition, which documents they have, which legal status, family dynamics, family roles, should we consider any specific gender role decision-making, religious background, ethnic background, and that was useful because I remember that during our rich discussion, some different cultural approaches came out. So some partners consider, for instance, asking information about religion, ethnicity not acceptable. Others did not understand why it was not acceptable. So again, a way of learning from each other and learning even cultural issue we would have not imagined. And starting from this checklist, we produce a scored grid, weighting the factors developed in the checklist and an interview template to ideally follow during our assessment. Then we also developed common pre-departure orientation activities and tools. So we came together, we discussed, we had sort of brainstorming, understanding which themes, which micro themes should be considered and provided for pre-departure orientation. I remember management of expectation was one of the common goals, presenting the program and stimulating a complete understanding of the project we were presenting. And after our brainstorming, we managed to produce a comprehensive bank of digital pre-departure orientation resources, including podcast, very, very interesting podcast, translated into the different relevant languages. So I remember looking for a Hausa, Mediator, a Somali, and many others. Tamashek, yes, thanks Ludovica. And the main topics covered were more or less general overview of our own system, asylum legal procedure, health system, access to labor market, schooling and university, and then I remember we decided to have a specific focus on LGBTQI plus rights, because some of our potential beneficiaries were part of LGBTQI plus community. And then we also decided to have interviews, again in different language. We really wanted to stimulate a sort of peer-to-peer approach, so we interview people with a migratory background, and we identify key profiles. So, for instance, established refugee or women who did not work in their own country but decided to work in the host country, an imam. Then we also have the last VP2 deliverable was that developing common awareness, awareness raising and post-arrival activities for host community. So we also managed to have, thanks to our research partner, an orientation stream for host communities, again covering a number of different aspects very important for host communities. Arrival planning, departure, again managing expectation, dealing with trauma, lots of many important aspects. So as you see, and I'm about to finish, we initially conceived these tools under, I would say, a naive belief that we would have been able to build a joint, fully harmonized, and ideally simultaneously implemented model. And if this was the premise, it comes with no surprise that at the end, we ended up not systematically using all the material we developed. Because we rapidly realized that there is a big gap between theory and practice, and as the Murphy Law teaches, if there is anything that can go wrong, it will, exactly. So in practice, a number of external, not always foreseeable elements can and do affect the practical and temporal implementation of pathways, and make it challenging to carry out a perfect matching following a full set of refined criteria and indication between candidate and host countries. So pathways might be implemented within the resettlement pipeline, so we do not have control of the pre-departure assessment identification, external elements as dramatic as a coup d'etat, or less minor but not less significant, such as the lack of the machines taking the fingerprints, might jeopardize the ambition of synchrony and the ambition of making the matching phase perfect. So as a lesson learned, I would say that despite this exercise we made was very important and helped us being very intentional on our methodology. But the main lesson learned are two: the value, again, of flexibility and adaptation to changing context, and the importance of considering and respecting the peculiarity and functionality of each pathways Each one is deeply embedded in his own cultural, political, and practical context. That's all.
Thank you very much. That sounds like another appetizer for looking at all the material as well.
Yes.
Yeah, and give her a hand. We're now coming to Open Arms, and Valentina's here. Maybe before I introduce you, just to say that some of us had the opportunity last night to visit the Open Arms ship here in the
harbor.
Yeah, exactly. Not very far from here. I would say 5 minutes walk. And we were talking to the colleagues who were saying, well, yeah, at the end of the day, we wouldn't like to do what we're doing at the moment with Open Arms, rescuing people at sea. We think people shouldn't have to take to the sea in unseaworthy vessels and be in the danger of drowning. They should be able to come in an organized and safe manner. And that's exactly where Open Arms came into this project. Valentina is going to say a couple of words about that. She is one of the experts on the work of Open Arms. She has been involved with a number of non-governmental organizations in the field of asylum and migration and human rights. In Italy, she's been part of some parliamentary commissions looking at, for example, the reception system. And she was an UNHCR integration expert for some time. She's at the moment serving as advocacy officer at NGO Open Arms, our partner here, one of our two partners here in Barcelona, and is European migration professor in Rome. And she's also published quite a few essays and most recently a book, Comende del Mare, Diario di bordo di un'esperienza umanitaria.
Good pronunciation. Very good.
Thank you. And as I said, Open Arms has been coming into it trying to do a very, very safe pathway, namely planning a flight from the aforementioned coup d'etat country. So a lot of the plans became very, very difficult. And I'd like you to tell us a little bit about that, what was the impact, the delays, but also little practical things like overflight permission. I don't know how many of you have ever heard about an overflight permission. You certainly have now. Tell us a bit about that and also how it was, particularly with some other governments like the Italian ones, that you who were so far known as, the evil, evil people who are rescuing people. I mean, we all know about the state propaganda against organizations like Open Arms, all of a sudden being involved in a corridor, which is a slightly different profile.
Yeah, good point. Thank you and good morning, everyone. For us, it's a very huge honor to be here today, also because it has been a very long project with a lot of concern, difficulties, especially related to the overflight permits. And now all the partners are aware about what is this kind of permits. I wrote a speech, so if you agree, I would like to read it in order to take a very short time in my speech, because I love speaking, so I prefer to read it. Only for you. Okay. Yes, as you were telling, and as many of you know very well, Open Arms has long been recognized as a search and rescue for its search and rescue activity, especially in the central Mediterranean Sea, where we saved a lot of lives, almost 80,000. And we always carry on with our mission, that is to rescue life everywhere in the world. And for this reason, we decided to improve the project of humanitarian flights, and we decided to expand our mission, including this kind of operation, because we start with the same core principle that is that guided us since the beginning, that is protecting human lives everywhere. The reality is that while the search and rescue missions address the urgent need for rescue at sea, they don't tackle the root problem, why people are forced to take these dangerous journeys in the first place. By supporting complementary pathways and facilitating safe and legal routes for refugees and asylum seekers, we aim to prevent unnecessary suffering and provide dignified alternatives to irregular migrations. Through the humanitarian flights, we offer a direct and a regular way for individuals in extreme danger to reach safety without having to risk their life in the hands of traffickers or crossing deadly routes. Also because in these years of activity we face with very terrible situation. This work aligns with the broader objective of the COMET project and the COMET experience. I prefer to speak about an experience, reinforcing the need for coordinated action at the European level to expand the regular entry mechanism. Was not from me.
I wasn't commenting either.
Okay. Implementing humanitarian flights present a different set of challenges, as Julia was saying, and these challenges can be compared to the SAR operations. While both these operations require meticulous logistical planning, diplomatic coordination, and rapid crisis response, flights operate within a far more complex political and legal framework. Unlike search and rescue missions, where distress call trigger immediate intervention, humanitarian flights rely on extensive diplomatic negotiation, bureaucracy approvals, and governmental cooperation, especially because, as the COMET situation demonstrates very well, the people on board are undocumented. So this is one of the main issues related to the overflight. So the very concept of providing safe routes is often entangled in political sensitives. External factors such as sudden political changes, armed conflicts, or diplomatic tensions can directly impact the feasibility of these missions. And in our specific case, the coup d'etat in the country of departure, or the last minute, I cite it again, the last minute overflight permissions, and the delicate political balance between open arms and all the governments involved, have all influenced our ability to execute flights efficiently. These obstacles highlight the urgent need for institutional backing the European cooperation to ensure that humanitarian corridors are practicable, sustainable, and protective from political interference. And I think this is one of the important points, especially for the panel of this afternoon. To successfully carry out a humanitarian flight, multiple critical steps must be taken. I just cited what is related to our job. And among these, there are security, diplomatic, and legal approvals, negotiating with both the departing and receiving countries, obtaining visas, travel permits, and landing authorizations. The other point is operational and logistical planning, so it means arranging aircraft availability, safety procedures, medical assistance, and compliance with aviation regulations. It is valid in this case, Niger, but also in Italy too. Overflight and landing permission, that means ensuring all necessary airspace approvals from transit countries, which can be affected by last-minute policy shifts or diplomatic crises, as happened especially in this case and in the case of Tunisian countries. Each of these steps carried out by the COMET project, in fact we are here speaking about it, requires a strong institutional collaboration, financial resources from all the actors involved. Without a comprehensive support, humanitarian flights risk being seen as exceptional action rather than a systematic solution to forced displacement. Now I go to finish my speech. The COMET project has demonstrated very well that humanitarian flights are not only feasible but essential. However, their long-term success depends on policy changes, predictable legal frameworks, and European-wide commitment to complementary pathways. Open Arms remain fully dedicated to advocating for expanded regular access, working especially with institutions and ensuring that our operation, both at sea and in the air, sometimes also in the land, continue to protect lives and uphold human dignity. We urge European decision makers to take decisive steps towards institutionalizing humanitarian flights, ensuring that they are not exceptions but standard procedure within a human migration policy. We are sure that together we can shift the narrative from one of crisis management to one of proactive, ethical and sustainable solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And when we were throughout the project, every now and then hearing from you and saying, how's your flight doing? You were saying, oh, this and this and this and this happened, and that's why it's so complicated. It sometimes doesn't surprise you that the majority of people take unsafe routes if you dare how complicated safe routes are still these days, and that needs to change. We thought it would be nice that you don't always see us here up on the panel, and particularly me, but that there will also be some other input. And I'm very happy in that context that our colleagues from Justice and Peace have brought along a video, and that is before our colleague Kirsten will directly then say a couple of words about their educational corridor plans. So can we have the video?
So hereby officially welcome at the Symposium on Education Pathways, establishing safe pathways to the Netherlands for refugee students. We will be laying the groundwork for education channels for refugees to safely travel to the Netherlands.
Thank you for being an inspiration to us. I'm really looking forward to hearing from you.
COMET is an EU-funded project under the AMI Fund, and brings together 14 organizations from 7 different member states, aiming to share experience and learn from one another, and bringing together different pathways and coordinating together different pathways.
For decades, the Netherlands have provided a safe haven for refugees. Finding solutions for refugees is now more urgent than ever.
Doing this work at Justice and Peace for quite a while now, because we do see the protection needs that are growing globally, but that there's also still a lot of willingness and commitment from local communities to play an important role in this, in making sure that refugees in this case can safely access pathways to protection in the Netherlands, for instance, but also in Europe and globally, of course.
My personal experience with education pathway is really positive, and it has been life-changing for me. Since I arrived to Belgium, I was able to enroll into one of the best universities in the world, and currently in my final year, almost done, and hopefully I will contribute more into the society.
What I think is additionally very important is that we recognize it is migrant-centered. It's supposed to be the protection tool it was always meant to be, and therefore we have to look at what the refugees themselves need in the whole continuum, in the whole process.
You have to give them a chance to learn new things, and the best way to learn new things is to have access to education.
I think UNHCR mentioned this year there are about 43.7 million refugees and other people in need of international protection. I mean, that's a very big group, and while we have seen that traditional resettlement has played an important role in helping this group of people, alone is not enough because only around 2% of that population gets resettled every year. So we see there's a huge gap, and this is where other legal pathways such as community sponsorship, education pathways, labor pathways can come in very handy.
Eventually, it is our aim to have an education pathway in the Netherlands.
The needs of protection around the world is massive, and it's increasing year by year. And the resettlement program run by the government is never enough.
Educational institutions have a lot of experience in welcoming international students, of course, and we do believe that there could be an extra focus or an extra addition to that effort to also welcome specifically refugee students in that work.
Intellectual richness also means allowing people from outside your own society entering your society and giving you what they have already with them, carry with them.
If you want something sustainable, then give them a chance to have access to education.
There is a lot that is going into this process, and we really need everybody on board to be able to make this successful.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, you've seen I partly tricked you because you saw a lot of the face you've seen here also in the video, but still. And the mic doesn't like me.
Which is really also bringing in all the expertise and experience and knowledge from the COMET partnership into the Dutch context, because as you may know, there's not a lot of access to legal and safe pathways for people to come to the Netherlands. There is a resettlement program which is also currently under pressure, but that's for a different discussion perhaps. But there are relatively limited, or actually no, as of now, skills-based pathways to the Netherlands for people in need of international protection. And this is why we started, or why we were very happy and pleased and honored to join this partnership to secure an education pathway to the Netherlands, which we unfortunately, spoiler alert, haven't been able to secure in the end, because our initial plan was to welcome 5 students to the Netherlands, but a lot of things changed in the meantime, to put it mildly. In the first months that we kicked off our advocacy work at the educational institutions for a pathway to be secured, again, like I said, what really helped us in building trust with these new partners was to the fact that they knew that they couldn't only count on us as an organization to support them in this process, but that they could count on actually a European network of experts to support them in this effort of actually trying out something completely new at their educational institutions. So that has been very helpful in securing the trust. Unfortunately, at some point in the Netherlands, the narrative around migration and migrants shifted to not only be critical or be anxious about refugees and asylum seekers entering the country of the Netherlands, but also students and labor migrants. So this was a shift that we had not expected. And I mean, if anything, now we know that we can expect the unexpected in this kind of protection landscape, because 3 years ago we didn't expect that we were standing where we were standing now. So there was a shift to also reduce the number of international students to come to the Netherlands. So not necessarily international students in need of protection or refugee students, but just in general international students to come to the Netherlands. There were different arguments being given. An important one was to protect the Dutch language and the Dutch culture, and that the influx of international students would threaten that in a way, but also the pressure put on housing in the Netherlands, on the social welfare system, that the large influx of international students wouldn't, we wouldn't be able to welcome that influx. To be very frank with you, we were quite surprised by this narrative shift, because I mean, traditionally the Dutch educational institutions have always welcomed a lot of international students to their institutions and have been championing that as well in Europe. So this really hampered our relationship with the educational institutions, because we were building that trust, we were building that commitment. There was some commitment given by some educational institutions to welcome students, but because they received the news from the government that they had to really provide policy plans and proof on how they were going to reduce the number of international students to their institutions, I mean, the same people that were responsible or taking the lead in shaping this education pathway were now also the ones having to take the lead in shaping the new policies to reduce the number of international students. So, yeah, it was quite a challenge to still convince educational institutions to stay on board with us. In the meantime, what we did figure is that, I mean, we couldn't sit still, we couldn't wait for these developments to take shape. So we figured we could try a different approach, which is to really mobilize already student support and student engagement for this effort, to perhaps in that sense not only support the educational institution in saying, hey, we have a European network, we have a legal framework, we have everything in place for this pathway to be presented, but we also have the support in place once the students arrive in the Netherlands. There are a lot of young people actually really willing and at the forefront in making sure that these students will be welcome, to really sort of comfort educational institutions, and you're not doing this alone. This has proven quite successful in the sense that we had quite a lot of student community groups. I mean, you also saw it in the video that we just showed. There's quite a lot of young people involved in these efforts as well, which I think in general is also very inspiring and activating to see. But they have also like sort of leveraging those testimonies, those experiences from youth in the Netherlands, from students in the Netherlands, also with lived experiences of migration, to showcase sort of the potential and the relevance and the importance of securing this pathway, has also supported, for instance, the local authorities in being much more committed in getting on board on this. And I know I need to wrap up, so I'll do that now. I think what is interesting to see now is that because we've had elections in the Netherlands last year as well, we see a rise of like anti-migration sentiments happening in the Netherlands, but at the same time what we now see is kind of this almost acts of resistance from educational institutions as well, to be very interested in again showcasing we don't stand with this government. We actually see the potential and the relevance and the importance of protection of refugees, and we want to take an actual step into this space. So this conference that we hosted in November has really sort of brought back together that spirit and that enthusiasm of educational institutions to work with us on sort of circumventing the political narrative that is now active. So we're quite hopeful that next steps can be taken in the coming months and years.
So, to say it with Arnold Schwarzenegger, you'll be back.
We will be back, and definitely, yeah, thank you.
And as Kirsten is so familiar to all of you, I forgot to tell you that she's the program coordinator on migration and human rights with Justice and Peace in the Netherlands, and also involved in community-sponsor initiatives supporting the resettlement pathways to the Netherlands, called Samen Hier. We have one more person who's joining us, unfortunately not here from the panel, but virtually. And that is our colleague Lorenzo from the UNHCR Multi-Country Office for Italy, Holy See and San Marino. And he is a graduate in law and legal practitioner in a law firm, then having worked as a project officer for several NGOs, and he's now a protection associate with UNHCR. First, he has started with UNHCR as refugee status determination associate, and since 2015, he's working on resettlement and complementary pathways, supporting the Italian authorities to structure the Italian resettlement program. And he's also the focal point for evacuation and humanitarian corridors from Libya and Niger to Italy. Lorenzo, it's good to see you, even though unfortunately only online. And I would like to jump in directly. Traditionally, what people know about UNHCR and safe path.
I cannot hear you, sorry.
That is a problem. Can you now hear me?
No.
Hello?
Now I can hear you.
Excellent, excellent. That makes things a lot easier. A lot of people knew UNHCR if you talk about safe passages in the area of resettlement. And it has to be admitted that a lot of the complementary pathways have elements or look similar to resettlement. Still, the question, what is a bit different between resettlement and complementary pathways, and particularly relating to a network of non-governmental partners? What are the benefits and challenges for you? And I mean, what's the important of roles of UNHCR and actors in the field in the complementary pathways?
Thank you, Thorsten. Thank you, colleagues. And I'm really sorry for not being here today with you in person, but in this beautiful occasion. I mean, let's start from the numbers, because this always gives us a clear picture. With more and more increasing forcibly displaced population worldwide that reached 122 million people this year, with most of them, 71%, posted in low and middle income countries. It's even more dramatic, the need of solution for these people. And we see that the solutions for refugees are local integration, voluntary repatriation when possible, and the other one are third country solution. The main third country solution is resettlement. And we see that for 2025, UNHCR identified as almost 3 million people as in need of resettlement. Most of them are in the regions of Asia and Pacific and in MENA region. And if we confront these numbers with the figures of the people that we managed to resettle in the latest year, it's easily understandable how much we need to identify other alternative third country solutions. That's why in last year we issued the 2030 roadmap in order to try to identify and develop a roadmap to enlarge and enhance third country solution. And the main three pillars are the growth of resettlement, growing the numbers and including new countries into the resettlement program, advancing complementary pathways and family reunification, and promoting welcoming and inclusive society. Those last two pillars are also at the core of the COMET project. And when we think about building new complementary pathways, we usually, and it's really important to bring together different expertise and resources, so having a multi-stakeholder approach, because with complementary pathways, differently from resettlement that have, it's really structured and it's devoted, for example, only to refugees and not also to asylum seekers, but also has strict procedures and is linked to the institutional stakeholders. Complementary pathways, in complementary pathways we can involve, and this is an added value, also non-traditional stakeholders that are involved in refugee protection. And this involvement of this non-traditional stakeholder can bring innovation, innovation in procedure, in developing tools, and in methodology. with regard to the experience of the COMET project, we experienced a large partnership. As already mentioned, 14 partners in 7 different European countries. I mean, this brought huge benefits because given the different background and expertise of each and every partner, each of us had the possibility to benefit from different point of view that from different point of view and different perspective. And this was an enrichment and gave us the possibility to identify an innovative approach with reference to the identification of refugees, for example, or in the PDO activities. And also the collaboration with NGO had another benefit, that is the adaptability. Usually the national reception systems that are involved in the resettlement program has really strict boundaries in terms of reception, in terms of profiles of the people that can be received. NGOs demonstrated a great adaptability in terms of providing reception, integration perspective and solution to persons with specific profiles that most probably could have not been included in a resettlement program. One of the challenges that, of course, because there are always challenges that we faced in collaborating with such diverse and large partnership was that was requested to everybody strong effort in terms of coordination. But I mean, this building on the experience in the COMET project, we think that it will be possible also to identify tools and procedures also to streamline this coordination part. As UNHCR, apart working on and developing tools in terms of identification and jointly with the other project partners and PDO, we were directly involved in the implementation of the humanitarian corridor from Niger that brought 98 refugees and asylum seekers in Italy. And the qualifying aspect of this experience and the fact that we were implementing complementary pathways was the fact that we managed to include not only refugees already recognized as happens for resettlement, but also asylum seekers. And in this case, we had a large group of asylum seekers that for policies implemented in the country of departure, notwithstanding they were the people in need of international protection, couldn't have been recognized as refugees. So they had no solution at the moment. With the implementation of the humanitarian corridor, we managed to respond to the protection need of these people and brought them to Italy. We also benefited from the strong support of UNHCR Niger on the ground. While implementing a complementary pathways, we have to think about that it's really important, on one hand, to build a strong network in the country of reception, but it's really important to be able to benefit of partners that are on the ground in the country of departure, because a big part of the process is there. The part of the identification of the movement of the people within the country, because not always they are in the capital city or in big city. All the people working and the administrative procedure, but also the part of support that seems not so important, but it's important, the technical support, while in order to deliver the remote PDO. It's very important. One other important aspect was that the partners were provided with detailed profiles of the beneficiaries, specific needs, language spoken, but also experience, skills, and aspirations that helped to prepare, to identify firstly, and then prepare the hosting communities. And another qualifying aspect of the project was the enhanced and thorough PDO that was delivered through, as Julia reminded, through the podcast that were delivered in advance to the interview phases so that the people could have first-hand information about what was this humanitarian corridor from other former beneficiaries of similar projects, and this was very important. And this information provided by peers also enable people to be more aware about the pros, but also about the difficulties of being included in such project, and also give them the possibility, when we delivered the remote information info sessions, to ask questions, to be aware of some of the criticalities, and to raise also their concern. This was a real added value. So, compared to the traditional resettlement, there are some added value in developing complementary pathways that can expand, because they can expand the possible solutions, the solutions opportunity to a broader group of forcibly displaced people. The multi-stakeholder approach helps us to build stronger programs that can take into account the many aspects that we have to deal with while identifying, transferring, and receiving people. And bring us also to experiment, and so include an innovation component into these pathways rather than in resettlement. And those are flexible instruments. They are more flexible than resettlement. You know, in addition, we are speaking about now, and our experience in the COMET project was linked mainly to a humanitarian pathway, but in the latest year, complementary pathways enlarged their scope also to the skill-based pathways. So we are speaking about education pathways, about job mobility schemes that are not only based and devoted to people who are identified based on their vulnerability, but also on their skill, and providing a tailored response to their needs. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very, very much, Lorenzo, for giving us the insight why UNHCR so much appreciates this partnership. And thanks for being with us, even though only remotely, and best of luck. I would invite a swift change from this panel to the next one. And for the next panel, we're looking at preparing and accompanying participants. And you'll see that this refers both to hosting communities as well as beneficiaries themselves. So I would ask Ulrich and Fiona to come up here, as well as Prince, Guillaume, and Sarah. And I think we need one additional chair. So bring that, if you could bring that one over and we squeeze it. And the first thing I have to tell you is that you might be expecting Elena Rozzi now from Intersos. unfortunately, health reasons prevent her from being with us. But we're going to see a video from Intersos and their work with unaccompanied minors. There's still a little back and forth here about videos and other things.
Sorry.
Prince, you want to join us?
Thank you.
And as I said, the first thing we're going to see now is a video from the colleagues of Intersos, who unfortunately can't participate in person here, on their work with unaccompanied minors.
Sorry, just...
Little moment of anticipation.
Oggi possiamo comunicarvi ufficialmente che la notte tra giovedì e venerdì alle 2:30 del mattino partirete per l'Italia.
Volta che dei minori non accompagnati rifugiati entrano in Italia con un visto per studio, un canale di ingresso specificatamente dedicato a questi minori che sono esclusi dai corridoi umanitari e dalla maggior parte degli altri canali di ingresso regolari per entrare in Italia. Sappiamo che è davvero solo una goccia nel mare, però speriamo davvero che questo potrà aprire la strada a tanti altri minori che potranno entrare in Italia in modo sicuro, dal Niger, ma anche in prospettiva anche da altri paesi e magari anche a livello europeo.
In Libia con mia madre, sono separata anche di mia madre.
Torino credo che sia una delle città in Italia che ha avuto una risposta maggiore da questo punto di vista, quindi sia in forma singola ma anche in forma associata, perché associazioni, gruppi, volontariati.
Per un minore che arriva ci vuole una rete.
Ci vuole una rete, ecco, questa è proprio la parola centrale.
Andando in una scuola, diciamo così, tecnico-professionale, che facciamo turistico, economia aziendale e turismo. Diciamo così, i ricordi che avevo io, che faceva caldo. Io vorrei studiare, diciamo così, l'ingegneria al Politecnico, ingegneria o aerospaziale o iezionale, così. Sì, è vero che non subito, essendo maggiorenne, si può andare a cercare lavoro, ma è anche, diciamo così, è ora anche di essere un po' maturo, di cercarsi le cose per sé, per esempio, di essere autonomo.
Io mi chiamo Abdel Ahmad, ho 19 anni, il 23 ottobre. Allora, sono partito dal mio paese Sudan, specificamente dal Fashir, poi sono andato in Libia, ho lavorato lì per quasi un anno, o di meno non mi ricordo esattamente. Poi da lì ho trovato delle persone perché lì vivo male, quindi ho trovato delle persone che mi hanno aiutato perché non avevo neanche i soldi, ero minorenne, quindi quelle persone mi hanno aiutato per arrivare in Nigeria. Eravamo felici, ero contentissimo perché se venivo qua avevo sicuramente un futuro migliore, per quello che ero felice. Prima di arrivare qua sono stato in una comunità, anche lì era stata dura perché appunto non sapevo la lingua, quindi eravamo sempre tutti così a scuola, a casa, da casa a scuola non uscivamo neanche di notte, però sono arrivato qua e sono cambiate tante cose.
È nato tutto un po' in modo casuale, io facevo parte di un gruppo di volontari, noi avevamo una chat e sulla chat si dicevano tante cose. Un giorno una persona ha messo la locandina di pagella in tasca, mi diceva sempre: beh, come faccio questo colore? Allora mi insegnava a fare quel determinato colore. Ed è stato proprio un modo di starmi vicino, in modo delicato.
Mi chiamo Mahedin Said, ho 19 anni. Prima ero in Libia, poi dal Sudan sono andato in Libia, poi da Libia sono arrivato in Niger. Sono venuto a Torino nel 2022, all'ottobre del 2022. Sono arrivato direttamente qua a Torino, dal Niger, ero in comunità, la famiglia. Se vai d'accordo con la famiglia e ti capiscono loro, tu capisci loro, come se fosse a casa tua.
Nel 2020 o 2021 fosse uscito sulla stampa un articolo che parlava degli affidamenti familiari e in particolare di questo progetto Pagella in tasca. E io mi sono entusiasmata per l'idea. Era da un po' di tempo che leggevo, come leggiamo sempre, no, dei naufragi, delle condizioni, insomma, diciamo, dei giovani e degli immigrati, quindi sentivo che bisognava fare qualcosa. Bene, eravamo emozionati noi. Prima abbiamo incontrato tutti i ragazzi, non sapevamo chi sarebbe venuto a casa. E poi quando abbiamo incontrato io pensavo già che sarebbe stato io, ma non lo so perché pensavo che sarebbe stato Mahedin. E siamo andati in pizzeria, a Mahedin non è piaciuta per niente la pizza. Quello che mi sento di dire adesso, a me sembra che Mahedin sia molto più simile a Marco, che è mio figlio, che ha esattamente la stessa età, di quello che mi immaginavo prima, no? Sono ragazzi, no? Non c'è quella distanza che immaginiamo tutti. Beh, ci credo nell'accoglienza e credo che sia bello poter fare un viaggio in aereo e non col barcone, essere accolti in una famiglia, dare la possibilità anche a loro di conoscere le famiglie italiane e di rendersi conto, come io mi sono resa conto, che alla fine sì, ci sono delle differenze, ma sostanzialmente siamo tutti esseri umani.
Thanks to the colleagues of Intersos, who unfortunately can't be here in person, but I think that contains some very heartwarming messages also about those benefiting from the corridors, but also those hosting. And that leads us directly into the second and the third presentation here, and that is indeed looking at the role of hosting communities. And we have two organizations, two partners who were doing something which might best be described as community sponsorship, different from one country to the other. And I'd like to slightly turn it around and ask Hannah. I have seen you in there. Are you there? Anna is joining us from Reset UK in an online format. Hannah, can you just say hello if you're there? Oops. I think that we can't hear you yet at the moment, but I see you.
Okay.
I think we're getting there. No, I think it worked better with the headset.
Hey.
Now we have it. Yeah, now everything is perfect now.
Okay. You can hear me now?
We can hear you perfectly, Hannah. And as I've already been saying, you're working for Reset UK, which was one of the partners which was very much involved in preparing the host communities. And you developed some materials to use for your host communities and prepared them. Please explain a little bit to us what you exactly did, and also how do you identify and accompany the host communities which will be participating in your program within a community sponsor context?
Sure. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. I've got a few visuals to share with you, so I'll do that now. Great. Okay, thank you. Thanks for having us here. Yeah, as explained, Reset were kind of part of the COMET project. Some of the core things that we did was to kind of work with the cohort, the COMET team, to kind of support and build that capacity through some training sessions and the development of resources that kind of guided people based on the learning that we have had through community sponsorship. So in the UK, community sponsorship is, as I think you all know, is a process of supporting communities to welcome refugee families into their local area. So my role within the COMET project really was actually delivering some of the trainings to the team at COMET, more specialised trainings around trauma and gender-based violence, which our learning over the past few years has taught us that those subjects are kind of important to take things to the next level for groups to really effectively support refugee families that are coming sometimes with quite complex needs and experiences. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our learning in terms of accompaniment of community sponsorship groups. So what we've seen over the good 5 or so years is that groups come together, and within these groups they have expertise. So often, the support needs often relate to getting the children into schools, supporting with English language, helping the family to access the healthcare that they need, as well as safeguarding needs and expertise within that kind of within the group. So often people are coming with a wealth of experience within different sectors that add real value as a foundation for bringing together a group of volunteers to effectively support a family. But our learning really is that accompaniment through the journey of community sponsorship is really important for groups. Knowing that somebody is there that they can reach out to when they have questions, when complexities arise, is really, really valuable to them. So our role at Reset is to support a group throughout the whole journey. So we will hold introduction sessions so people are informed about community sponsorship, they know what it involves, they know the support that they can get, and then they can make an informed decision about establishing a group and going down that journey of welcoming a family. Initially, our training that was available was really about the initial stage, so understanding the process of resettlement, community sponsorship, what that kind of program involved. So that's our part 1 compulsory training. We've then got a part 2 training, which really is about bringing the team together when they've been matched with a family and before the family arrive, and exploring things around ensuring that their approach is really grounded in empowerment. Making sure that they are, providing a consistent support that is mindful of kind of cultural differences, that they are aware of the power imbalances that exist, and that their support is going in a direction that is collaborative and choice-based. So really this is a session that kind of prepares the group for kind of finalising the way that they will work together collectively. So those have always kind of been in place and have been really central and valuable to groups in their preparations. As we've kind of gone on, we've learned from groups that there's a deeper need. There's a need to understand the complexities of universal credit, so the benefit system in the UK, of how they can effectively work with interpreters. And then around, approaching their support through a trauma-informed lens. So now we have trainings that kind of capture those subjects that are not compulsory, but groups and individuals can attend based on, what their role is within the group and how they feel that they could benefit from the trainings. Another session that we provide is exploring gender-based violence and how to effectively support survivors and respond to disclosures. So that's kind of like the training that we provide, and that has, like I said, evolved over the years based on our learnings from groups, based on our learning from families, what they've kind of fed back to us is in terms of what would have been helpful, in terms of what knowledge within the group would have been good. We also provide cultural information sessions, so we kind of collaborate with the IOM in the UK to do that on country-specific information. Kind of throughout the journey, we're also providing kind of ongoing support and guidance. We have a whole kind of pool of resources on, each area of support for community sponsorship groups. And we also provide, bespoke consultation support when that is needed. So effectively, the journey looks a little bit like this. So community sponsorship will come together, they will form as a group, they will work together to complete an application, we will review that application and support them through training, as I've mentioned, in preparing for the family. We'll also kind of provide, support directly to the group based on thinking about kind of that arrival of the family and those early kind of days within their, following their arrival. I think our recent learning is that sometimes the resources that we have and the training that we provide is sufficient for many groups, but sometimes complexities arise. So, for example, sometimes there can be issues or challenges with boundaries. The group kind of finding it difficult to maintain those boundaries or kind of like reset them as the relationship and the time kind of progresses. And we've also found that sometimes there are challenges or issues arise around trauma or gender-based violence, and then groups need, they need quite specialised support, or they need to be signposted to relevant organisations that can provide that guidance and that support to the family. And interestingly, that can go beyond the 2-year support period. So maybe a family further down the line, there's an issue that comes up. The group are, maybe they're less involved with the family, but there's still a connection there. And then they can come back to us and seek support when those kind of issues arise. So that's kind of really what it looks like in terms of our support. I mean, we're continuing to kind of learn from families and groups and evolve our training, but I think right now we're in quite a good place in terms of really capturing what the needs are and providing quite a good range of trainings. In the last year, we've also kind of expanded, so we have like a pool of e-learnings that look at kind of the education system in the UK, how you manoeuvre that, looking at kind of disabilities and how you can support families, what their rights are, all of which kind of just add to that knowledge that the groups need. I've pulled out this quote from a training, from the trauma-informed training that we provided recently, because I feel like it captures very nicely the purpose of what we want to do. So they say the training has brought to the fore the needs of a family beyond the purely practical housing and everyday needs, a greater awareness of how our group interact with the family and the sensitivities to be aware of. So I feel like that's really what we're trying to do with our trauma-informed care training. We're trying to kind of go beyond those basic needs and support the group to work in a way that's trauma-informed, that creates an awareness of trauma, and that reduces that risk of re-traumatization or triggering the family unnecessarily. So yeah, just a little quote there in terms of what the kind of value of going a little bit deeper with some of these training and support. What we've done recently is we've tried to, we've created an e-learning which is quite new, so we've got some learning from this in terms of its effectiveness, but we've created a video, an animation for new groups to kind of let them know the support that we provide for them, so that it kind of gives that reassurance that throughout this entire journey we are there to support them with anything that comes up. It's just a short video, so I'll show it to you before we kind of wrap up.
Wherever you are on your journey through community sponsorship, we'll be there to help you along the way. We have a wide range of training sessions tailored to guide you through every step. Some of these sessions will be compulsory, some you can access through our e-learning, and some will be live sessions via Zoom. The first, Planning Your Application, takes you through the application process, helping you understand the steps to resettlement. You'll find out about the people you'll be building relationships with who'll support your application, and we'll talk you through the application itself. The second compulsory training session, Getting Ready to Welcome, is delivered ahead of the family arriving in the UK and includes training to consider cultural differences. We'll also help you to consider how the family will need your help in empowering them in their new home and systems. We'll help you to consider issues around the power dynamics that are unavoidable in this situation. We also have a range of additional sessions that will further support you to feel confident dealing with issues like our safeguarding training, or our trauma training where you'll explore its impacts and the value of trauma-informed support for refugee families, or sessions where you'll learn to work with interpreters. We'll help you to support the family you've welcomed to engage and progress through the UK education system at all levels. We want to support the community groups too, so we have sessions about how to ensure well-being is central to the work you'll be doing. And that's not all. You'll always be able to access the events Reset holds throughout the year so that community groups around the country can connect and learn from one another.
Okay, so in a nutshell, that's our learning, and that's what we what we found to be effective.
Thank you very, very much. And thanks for also sharing the links so that we can look into more detail. We're now looking into another experience of preparing host communities for the specific NEST project with which the Protestant Church in Westphalia has been implementing. And I know there's a video coming up for that. I'll be getting a stiff neck at the end of this day, but I'm happy that there's so many visual presentations. So the video, please. Oops, sorry.
Vor Weihnachten haben wir dann die Nachricht bekommen, jetzt geht's los, Sie kommen am 20. Dezember.
Das ging ganz schnell, dass wir die 5, 6 offiziell sozusagen da hatten, und anschließend war das ein Automatismus, Wohnungssuche, Wohnungseinrichtung. Das ist eben das, was unseren Verein auch ausmacht, dass die Menschen sofort mithelfen und mit dabei sind.
Ich war aufgeregt, als ich in Deutschland das erste Mal angekommen. Es war sehr emotional.
New people, new language, everything was new. But this team helped us a lot.
Die konnten gar nicht glauben, dass das jetzt ihre Wohnung ist. Frau Dune sagte dann zu mir, ist das jetzt mein Zimmer? Ne? Und ich sage ja, und sie war total glücklich, und das konnte man denen auch ansehen, dass das erstmal so unfassbar war. Ne?
Ich finde es wichtig, Familien zu helfen. Ich bin ja auch Flüchtling gewesen, deswegen versuchen wir, die Familien zu helfen, worum auch es immer geht, ob Schule, Arbeit, Sprache lernen, dass wir quasi die Familien, Kinder, Jugend, Ältere allen motivieren, hier mitzumachen.
Ich möchte gerne in den Verein, weil die Leute freundlich sind und ich habe viel Spaß da. Ich helfe Training mit den Kindern und manchmal ich mache die Kabine.
Durch den Fußball kommen sie in Kontakt mit verschiedenen Menschen. Das gibt ihnen ein Selbstbewusstsein, eine Sicherheit, und hier müssen sie sich nicht verstellen, und hier ist ihr zweites Zuhause, und daher hat es wirklich eine hohe Bedeutung.
Jeder versteht sich auf dem Fußballplatz, auch wenn man nicht dieselbe Sprache spricht, kann man trotzdem durch den Fußball zueinander finden. Und wenn man als Team zusammen auf dem Platz steht, schweißt das natürlich auch zusammen und man integriert sich so in die Gesellschaft auch.
Mama und die Tochter sind jetzt beim Nordic Walking dabei. Und es macht denen auch riesen Spaß. Also die Ado, die Mama, die rennt immer noch vor uns. Die ist so schnell, die kann man teilweise gar nicht einholen.
In Kenia habe ich studiert Biology und Chemistry. Nach der Schule ich möchte studieren Medizin.
Ich hoffe, dass Abdullah dann demnächst eine Regelschule besuchen kann und einen Schulabschluss machen kann. Vielleicht schafft er es ja sogar zu studieren, weil der ist auch nicht auf den Kopf gefallen.
Nach der Schule möchte ich gerne Zahnarzt werden. Ich habe Probleme mit Patienten und würde gerne andere helfen.
Also um ein guter Mentor zu sein oder eine gute Mentorin zu sein, sollte man ganz viel Herz mitbringen. Das ist so das Wichtigste dabei.
Wir sind Freunde, die miteinander einen Lebensweg gehen. Und ich habe von den Menschen auch viel gelernt, das muss man ja sagen. Das ist ja nicht so, dass sie nur von mir oder von uns profitieren. Wir profitieren auch davon. Wir lernen neue Kulturen kennen. Und das ist das Schöne, wir werden geerdet.
Very nice video, which also gives you an insight about the essential thing to get into in Germany, soccer. So. We have Ulrich Köhler here from the Protestant Church in Westphalia, the church which is behind that NEST project, and he's going to tell us a little bit more. He has his role is acquisition of public funding for initiatives of the church, and in that context he has right from the beginning been pretty much involved in the project and is going to tell a little bit about it. Also to you the question, how do you get to the host communities? How here we saw a soccer club. How do you find a soccer club? Do you go all over the region to look at soccer clubs, or how does it work?
Thank you so much. Thank you for showing this introduction, this introductory video. How to get there? Perhaps I should start with NEST, Neustart im Team. That's the long word. Starting anew as a team, in a team. That's actually a long-running or longer-running collaboration between different organizations in Germany. That's the German Red Cross, that's Caritas, that's the Catholic social activities and institution, and of course the Protestant Church of which I'm here speaking for. And this program is also, truth be told, partially funded by the German Ministry of the Interior. So that's just a few words for making our ministers happy. And of course EU funding that we are using to collaborate with other organizations. Those organizations, Red Cross, Caritas, Protestant Church, have a really broad foundation within society. And that's, I think, the main benefit, because with that broad foundation, we are able to really get at other peoples. I usually say that there's a church in every village. You don't have many other organizations that are organized in a whole state, in a whole country, and yet has a foundation in every village. And that's what we are able to provide. And therefore we are able to actually access those people that are in soccer clubs or in Westphalian countryside. You have other social clubs. I don't know, a bit strange from the outside, but that you can access. And once you have a foothold there, you can find actually people. Of course, it takes time. It's probably not like in the video. That's just when it all really happens. But you usually have a long time preparing the beneficiaries to come to Germany or to come to Europe, but you also have a long time coming to train the mentors and afterwards mentor the mentors. That's another part that I would like to expand on if you like to. But at first, we are rooted in broad society, so we can access society. And of course, we have events that we use to popularize our idea, like church congress that are nationwide, or we have migrants councils in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia that we use for that purpose. And right now we are trying to think of, well, let's say more modern ideas. I mean, church is 2,000 years old, but we still try to think of more modern ways of getting to people, even social media and stuff like that. So this is future. Would that answer your first question?
Yes, it does.
Without unduly taking up everybody's time.
No, I think it's very, very important that you describe how an organization so much rooted also in cities and rural places. I think it's also important.
Yes.
Can reach out, and I think it's something really interesting to look at.
And then our benefit is that as a large organization, or as large organizations standing behind it, we can of course offer support to all those mentors. I sometimes have a feeling that Germany is very bureaucratic, so it's very difficult to access language classes for newcomers, for people that come here, for the beneficiaries of COMET, for example, just to get housing opportunities and furnish those housings and provide for childcare and even provide opportunities for childcare. And that's funded by the state in large part, but still you have to somehow provide that. I have to get people working for that, and people who know already the ways and means to get there. And that's what we try to do as a larger organization, supporting the mentors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to a specific scenario, and it's already been mentioned as we went along explaining. We've seen a video about the first arrival of unaccompanied minors through a corridor, and I think we're looking at another first ever, namely that specifically groups of people with an LGBTQI plus background were part and parcel of a corridor. And that was a bit different than the other ones. And I'd like Fiona to explain a little bit to us what steps did you take in terms of preparing hosting arrangements?
Yeah. Thanks, Torsten. And I hope you're starting to get a flavour of just how diverse the partners' experiences are and how rich that was in terms of looking at different ways of hosting, different kinds of pathways. In the case of FCE, our traditional model for hosting has been to place people in independent accommodation with professional caseworkers rather than specifically with communities, so a bit different from what we've seen from Reset, from Nest. And within this corridor, we had a very particular group that we wanted to cater for, and that indeed was the LGBTQI plus community. 16 of the beneficiaries who came through the COMET project were from that community. And although we'd had one or two people within that group in our own Humanitarian Corridors programme, we'd never before had such a large group coming all at the same time. And so we really had to think very carefully about how we could properly support those people. And that meant for us activating a network, a specialist network that would be directly involved in the hosting. And it was really, I have to say, a very moving experience to get to know that network. So there were one or two key organisations that we contacted, one of them being Arcigay in an Italian context, who then in turn activated their own network to establish where people could be placed. And that would be centres where there were specialist support workers all across Italy, mainly northern Italy, from small towns to large cities. It presented some challenges, I have to say, because these support structures often are full, and it's difficult to plan for arrivals. They like to be able to react when somebody comes, when somebody needs a space. And the fact that the COMET project had difficulties, you've heard about that already this morning, in terms of the arrivals that were planned for political reasons, for reasons that were entirely beyond our control. Arrival dates were shifting all the time, and therefore the liaison with these potential organisations and support structures was quite intense in terms of making sure that the support would be in place. So I would say that was the first thing that we really had to get to grips with, making sure that the specialists would be there who could deal with the support and inevitably some of the challenges that we would encounter.
Thank you. Yeah, we come back to one of the red threads of difficulties to plan a quality program if you're depending on a number of parameters which you can't control at all. But job well done, I should say.
Yes, and I mean, I think what I would want to emphasise is that there were some very special challenges that we had to deal with. Because I think we all recognise that for someone from that community, the experience of being a refugee is particularly challenging. Refugees are caught between two contradictory requirements in a sense. They, on the one hand, have to make their sexual orientation visible to facilitate their relocation or resettlement to a third country. But they also have this challenge of wanting to keep it secret for fear of the violence or the persecution that they may encounter. And that was the case for some of the people whom we welcomed, who even in the country of departure were experiencing persecution and vulnerability on a scale that went beyond what the other refugees were facing. What we found is that those arriving were, in some cases, experiencing a crisis of identity beyond the kind that we can imagine. And so, for example, we had one person who arrived who had in their profile identified as transgender or transitioning to a new identity, but on arrival perhaps found the confidence simply to identify as gay. And that then posed a second challenge in terms of the specialist structure that was in place to support that person, because that person was going to be in a community for people who were transgender females. And obviously that was no longer appropriate. So we had to very swiftly and nimbly find something that was alternative. Another person who arrived who identified as being part of that community struggled then to express that identity when he realised that he was going to be in a support structure where the other people would all be from that community, and preferred instead to be with people from his own national community. And so again, we had to be fairly nimble in looking at what support could be in place. So these were perhaps some challenges that we might have anticipated, but because it was our first time in dealing with such a large group, we hadn't quite understood that some of these things would need to be grasped. We are better prepared for another time. But what I guess I want to emphasise is how key it was to have the specialists in place who readily understood these difficulties and could point to how we could grasp and deal with them in a way that didn't cause the beneficiaries themselves any more trauma than they were already experiencing. So it's been a really positive experience for us, I have to say.
Good to hear, and the important point underlined by Fiona at this point is the capacity to draw in on experience which you might not have yourself, yes, but which will turn out to be essential. Going over to another point, which I think nicely connects with specific experience, we're now moving to people directly working with and reporting of the experiences of beneficiaries. And our first colleague we have here is Prince Denga, who's working for Mosaico, an organization supporting refugees and migrants, largely through peer support, I should say. And Prince himself is a social mediator, originally from Brazzaville, but his studies brought him to Italy, and he's now in many capacities counseling people newly arriving in Italy and trying to find their pathways. As a contact point for COMET, he was quite importantly involved, for example, in some of the pre-departure orientation and ensuring what I would call a continuum of support, being virtually there in the country of departure and being physically and personally present where people arrived in Italy. How did the approach of COMET differ from others in both the pre-departure and post-departure phase? Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that, Prince.
Thank you for the question. Good morning, everybody. Firstly, I would like to say I'm very happy to be here because I've just reached my dream to come and visit Barcelona for the first time. And the second thing is that I'm really excited to collaborate to this project and see all these organizations that are fighting for the human rights. Seeing all those previous videos, I review a part of my life 10 years ago. Anyway, I work for Mosaico, which is Action for Refugees. It's created in 2006 by a group of refugees or volunteers. Today it includes also Italians. And our work focuses on building bridges between beneficiaries and institutions, between different cultures, and between challenges and solutions. So our work focuses also on building networks at national level and international level. So if someone wants to collaborate also with Mosaico, we are available to collaborate. So collaborating with COMET project was really different from other projects regarding beneficiary support, because many programs provide essential pathways for refugees to reach safety. However, COMET recognized that proper integration begins long before arrival and continues beyond the first month in a new country. And this was possible thanks to a unique approach based on social mediation, long-term accompaniment, and active participation. The departure is not just about travel, but preparing refugees for the transition. In many other legal travel or safe programs, the focus is on logistics, processing documents, and coordinating entry procedures. However, COMET took a more holistic approach, addressing administrative needs and social, psychological, and cultural preparation before departure. So refugees were provided with targeted oriented sessions, allowing them to develop a clear understanding of their future host country. This preparation covered language basics, job market expectation, social norms, institutional processes, so ensuring they had realistic expectation and could adapt before leaving their home country. A key strength of COMET is its two-way engagement. So it's not only preparing refugees for the new environment, but also informing and collaborating with host communities and institutions for their arrival. So this mutual preparation reduces misunderstandings, eases the reception process, and builds trust. Through structured pre-departure mediation sessions, refugees could ask questions, express concerns, and connect with support networks before they board a plane. This reduces anxiety and strengthens their sense of agency and this relocation process. While the post-arrival phase, so from reception to active participation, as we already know, arrival in a new country is often the most challenging for many migrants in general. but mostly for refugees because they face the risk of feeling isolated, overwhelmed by bureaucratic procedures, or struggling to access opportunities. And all of that can hinder long-term integration. Fortunately, COMET's approach does not stop at arrival. It ensures that each person receives the right accompaniment through the next crucial step of their journey. Beneficiaries received guidance and administrative procedures, employment pathways, healthcare access, and social integration, ensuring they could confidently navigate by themselves inside the system. Most importantly, COMET project promoted active participation, so refugees were not treated as passive recipients of assistance, but as individuals with skills, knowledge, and the ability to contribute. They were encouraged to engage in volunteers' activities, community projects, or professional training programs that help them rebuild their autonomy and sense of purpose. To sum up, COMET experience demonstrated that refugee support is not just about relocation, but about transition, adaptation, and empowerment. A structured and well-prepared pre-departure phase and long-term post-arrival support make significant difference in successful integration. Then, through social mediation, continuous accompaniment, and proactive engagement, COMET transformed a complex process into an opportunity for refugees and host communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And for those of you who want to know more about it, there's an interview with Prince which is already online or will be? Which will be online. So come and revisit the project page. We're moving over to our French colleagues, Guillaume, who's really one of the focal points basically in Forum Réfugié for anything complementary pathways and related.
Wonderful.
Well, anyway, if you want to know about complementary pathways in France, he's the person you should really talk to. They have been working with an academic corridor, which has its specificities. And my very open question is, did the COMET project have any impact on it? What was the relationship with the things you wanted to do anyway?
Thank you, Thorsten. Just first reminder, explaining how and why we came in the project. Because we came here because we thought that university corridors had to be handled as complementary pathway to resettlement and has to recognize the need for protection to the student. It's not a normal student mobility scheme, and I would like to strengthen that point because it's not always well understood. What happened to Forum? What kind of impact it had, COMET had on our project, on our disposal? It's some way it's a change of scale. We started implemented the university corridor in 2020, but until COMET started, we only received 4 students. By COMET, we were able to support 10 students. So we more than doubled the number, even if it's a really small number of students. But we took the opportunity of COMET to go from to consolidate the momentum of our pilot actions and to go from a kind of empirical approach to a more structured approach. It's also important to say that the work we've done with COMET has been integrated in a more broader approach implemented by the UNHCR France, which led to the arrival in France of 54 students, but nearly 20% of those 54 students came in France through COMET. So first impact, the change of scale. The second one is a kind of proof of concept. As I said, it helped to formalize from an empirical to a more structural approach, but what were the main findings? So we first put a strong attention on the strong collaboration between the universities involved, and mainly one, which is the University of Clermont-Auvergne, who has been really involved from the beginning till now, and who is still involved at the end of the project, and it has to be strengthened. What has been also done is a dedicated and ongoing support from pre-departure to post-arrival. It's really important. We had the chance to rely on the Forum Refugee Office in Niger, which we were forced to close, but which had been open from 18 to 24. And this office, the person in charge of this office, played a real interesting role by acting as a link between the arrival and the departure. And he made it, this interface role was really important for a lot of issues. For the selection, for the convention travel documents, for the visa applications, he has always been there giving some relevant advices. The cultural orientation has also been important. It has been done remotely by the Forum Office in Niger, by my social workers colleagues in France, and by the university. And it was important in order to manage the beneficiary expectations before their arrival, but also to raise their awareness at the pre-departure stage on their responsibilities. What does it mean for them to arrive, to be embedded in this project which was a kind of experimentation, and what were their responsibilities and our responsibilities. The support on arrival was shared by Forum Refugee and my social workers colleagues, who offered administrative assistance, integration support, and the universities who offered the academic support, the tuition fees. What has also to be strengthened is that the project relied on funds, and that those funds were really necessary to have a kind of monthly living allowance to the students. And this monthly living allowance has been shared between the COMET project and the universities that were able to co-finance the project. The COMET project helped really helped the possibility, the feasibility of welcoming those students. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for us to secure all the grants, all the funds. The third impact is that it has highlighted challenges, specific challenges. And the first one is that it has underlined the need for international protection. And I would like to strengthen this point, because it's really important to understand that we worked on the student mobility schemes, which was a thing and around, which was based on ordinary law. To arrive to France, the refugee students in Chad, Cameroon, and Niger suddenly become normal foreign students, which means that they were not recognized as refugees when they entered France, and they could not rely on social measures dedicated to refugees in France. So we had to compose with that for during the whole project. And it has been really important to handle this point, and we managed through claiming asylum, but I would like to insist on this issue. Second challenge is the funding. As I said, we benefited from a strong support from the COMET project, but the project itself rely on a huge variety of fundings. Private fundings, European fundings, French fundings, but also all the social public funding existing. And what is important is that foreign refugees play the role of key coordinators in order to be able to identify the different funding sources and to coordinate them. To sum up at the end, I would like to strengthen that we got good academic results. Almost all the students were graduated in the first year, and we now can see that the project has really consolidated our first project. It has demonstrated the feasibility of implementing a university corridor in France, but the main issue now relies on the sustainability. We are looking for a kind of new impetus. How can we move forward now? I think that it will need a really strong, explicit commitment by the public authorities, which supported the project, but without really knowing it. And it's quite important for us to be able to coordinate all the public and private stakeholders in order to move forward. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you very, very much. Already leaving us with a couple of good points to reflect in the afternoon, particularly the need for a real commitment, not seeing it as something extra if you have some time and some money, but saying, well, make it part and parcel. We're moving now to Sara, who is our colleague coming from the communication advocacy work of refugees welcome in Italy. And you have been doing a buddying program, and I'd like to know a little bit more how that related to the COMET project.
Okay. First of all, hello to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today to have the chance to discuss how our budding program contributed to the COMET project and to foster meaningful inclusion. And before starting, just a few words about the organization I work for, which is called Refugees Welcome Italy, and it's an Italy-based organization who has been engaged in promoting the social inclusion of refugees and people in need of protection through community-based programs, specifically homestay reception and mentoring schemes. And our role in the COMET project was to provide post-arrival social support through our budding program, which is called Community Matching, and it's a program that we have been running for 4 years now with the support of UNHCR Italy and another Italian partner called CHAC. And unfortunately, I don't have any video, but I would like to share with you before going deeper in the conversation some quotes from 2 refugees that have been evacuated to Italy from Niger that joined the budding program. And one person said to us, knowing that someone is there for you, not because it's their job, but because they genuinely care, makes all the difference. Another person say, through my buddy, I don't improve my Italian, but I don't just improve my Italian, but I also feel part of a group, I feel part of a shared experience. And I think that these words highlight the fundamental truth that lay behind the COMET project that there cannot be effective, real inclusion and integration without the possibility for refugees to build a network of social relationship with the community they are included in, relationship based on mutual support, trust, and shared experiences. And through our budding program in the framework of the COMET project, we try to ensure that refugees were not only provided with the possibility to meet their practical needs, but also to get emotional support and to reactivate their potential. Because as Torsten said at the beginning of this morning, there's a tendency to see or to describe refugee through the lenses of victimization. And I think this kind of program, a budding program, but in general community-based program, are really essential and crucial to reactivate the potential of refugees and to help them to get back the dimension of desires, because we somehow we forget that people with inspiration, dreams, and potential that must be put in place. And so in this sense, the community matching programs contributed to amplify the COMET general objective to go beyond short-term assistance and to foster meaningful long-term social inclusion. And as the end of the project approaches, there are some key lessons, learned lessons that we would like to bring with us. And the first key element is the importance for this community-based support and in general for budding program specifically to be based on a formalized methodology in order to be real effective. We know that, okay, social connection are spontaneous, but a formalized framework must be there. And for example, our community matching program is based on a solid methodology that we have been implementing and designing for years with the support of UNHCR Italy, which entails not only selection, profiling, matching, constant accompaniment, but also impact evaluation. So we built a system to evaluate how this budding system produce real change in the life of a person, and I think that this is real. This formalized structure is crucial to ensure that body system goes beyond good intention and create real change in the life of the person and create also an improvement in terms of a qualitative improvement in terms of inclusion and integration. And the second lesson learned is the complementarity with professional support. So while caseworker and social workers are essentials and they provide valuable assistance in terms of navigating bureaucracy, access to territorial services, etc., community-based supports fills the gap between this institutional framework and real life and connect refugees to everyday life. And I think that this combination of formal and informal support is another crucial element for this program to function and to work. So I think that the COMET project has reinforced what we have long believed, that the best way to foster meaningful and long-term inclusion is to create physical space of interaction between newcomers and the hosting community, but Equally, it reminds us of the necessity of a system which is professionally supervised and based on a solid methodology in order to be real effective.
Thank you very, very much for that very important remarks. And I think with all the contributions already during this panel, we're already moving into some of the building on the experiences we've had. You will have noticed, and I apologize for the fact that we are running desperately late, but there's so much to share simply. I would have felt very guilty cutting anybody off. We have slightly rearranged thanks to the colleagues. We can now take a coffee break until 10 past, and lunch will then be at 1 o'clock, which gives us enough time not only to hear Marius, but there's 2 more videos which we have in the next session. About the coffee break, earlier today there was a lack of water and coffee here. Has that been resolved? It's been resolved, so it's outside there or at the entrance? And the cafeteria, I think there'll be somebody to show us, or you find it yourself. And please be back here 10 past 12. Have a nice break.
As a society. So, and therefore we have to
quindi
Mi
niente.
sono concentrato su quello, vediamo cosa succede adesso. Soprattutto devo caricare il file della lingua inglese. Devo riuscire a togliere il mio inglese. Perché ogni tanto parlo spagnolo, ogni tanto inglese, ogni tanto italiano.
Vai con l'esperanto.
Vado con l'esperanto.
O il romanaccio, non so di dove sei tu.
Io sono romeno, non romanaccio.
Il rumeno? Non è quello rumeno.
È ancora più complicato. Purtroppo so meglio l'italiano del rumeno a questo punto della mia vita.
Beh, mi sembra che l'italiano lo parli alla grande.
Sì, quello c'è.
Riconosci qualcuno?
Scusami.
Riconosci qualcuno?
Ma allora, riconosco il volto molto stanco a fine giornata di uno dei partecipanti a questo pomeriggio. Quanto dura il primo video?
No, allora stavamo pensando di farne uno solo alla fine del tuo...
Alla fine? Ok.
Questa è l'ultima informazione che ho, poi vediamo se Thorsten è d'accordo, perché ne abbiamo troppi. E quindi erano delle interviste che appunto saranno sul sito la settimana prossima, in realtà sono prontissime rispetto alle altre produzioni. Quindi quel fatto che saranno visibili invece di dato visto che siamo anche già in ritardo, invece di appesantire adesso, ne mettiamo quindi uno sarebbe stato degli operatori che hanno collegato c'è anche qui e quindi hai già parlato. Quindi alla fine del tuo discorso pensavamo far vedere quello salviamo tempo, quello dei beneficiari, che dura circa
Abbiamo più che il tempo contato.
poi vediamo. I don't know if you spoke to Fiona about the videos.
No, but
So one idea was to, rather than showing two videos, which
Okay.
looks a little bit too much, well, and let me know your opinion. The idea was to show only one video about the beneficiaries after my
Ma-
if we have.
well, let's see how soon they're back.
You tell me.
Yeah.
Decide about
My
that.
idea was to start with the beneficiary video, have Marius, and then see how it goes, whether we do the staff video as well.
Okay.
If we don't have anybody who wants to speak, we do the staff video. If not, I think we can skip it.
Okay,
But that we
so-
start definitely with the beneficiary video, have Marius then, and then...
Maybe can you just talk quickly with Fiona, just that it's an agreed.
Mhm.
I'll go to the.
I also think that it works better if we start with the video, because the point where I'm starting from is to listen to beneficiaries,
Okay.
listen to
Okay.
Yeah.
support workers.
Okay, so let's do that.
Mhm.
From a logical point of view, it makes sense.
But the big challenge will be how soon they get back. I mean, I rounded people up, but I'm not too sure how much my moral authority works with them to get them back into the room. Well, there's some.
Later.
persona che parlava, che diceva il mio nome. Allora, questo è Thorsten, questo non ha preso nessuno, vabbè, mettiamolo qui. Posso? L'ultimo sprint?
Adesso che
Yes.
adesso il video dei beneficiari che Marius ha chiesto come inizio e poi vediamo i tempi se metti anche quello degli operatori.
Friends, can we slowly be seated? Marius, maybe you already joined us here?
It's just some pictures from
Okay.
general what happened during COMET.
Okay.
So there are people, pictures from Clermont-Ferrand, refugees welcome. From
Okay. And what you're seeing while you're getting into your seats are a couple of pictures from the project, really. Arrivals, mainly beneficiaries and other things. What we're going to do now, we are 40 minutes away from our lunch, which will, as I understand, again be in the nice cafeteria. That's wonderful news. And I feel very refreshed by some coffee. Hope you do as well. We're going to have a video portraying and about beneficiaries of the project, really. We're then going to hear from our colleague Marius, and we either then engage in a discussion or we have far more videos. We can basically spend the next 2 days only looking at videos, but we play it a bit by ear to finish around 1 o'clock and then have a 1 hour lunch break. Please, let us have the video.
Je m'appelle Sonzake Bissi Aristide Romaric. Aboubakar Abdou.
Marcin.
Ali. Abdul Khadir. Je suis centrafricain. Mon nationalité malienne.
Soudan.
Érythrée. Somalia. J'ai 42 ans. J'ai 25 ans.
31.
40 ans. 25 ans. Oh, beaucoup de choses. Il y a beaucoup de choses qui me plaisent ici. Premièrement, c'est la sécurité et la paix dans le pays. Ah, vraiment, l'Italie me plaît beaucoup maintenant parce que nous sommes là, les langues aussi nous plaisent. Vraiment.
والله كان يعني كل جميل أفضل لي تعاون كويس كل الصفات الكويسة فيه ما شفنا فيه حاجة كعبة.
إيطاليا أشياء عجبني يعني الأشياء اللي أول يعني شفتها في إيطاليا يعني أشياء اللي حركة في إيطاليا يعني بلد لديهم مستوى يعني شفتها يعني ما هذا الشيء اللي كنت أنا تخيلته في راكب قبل ما أجي إيطاليا لما شفت لما جيت في إيطاليا شفت أشياء كثيرة يعني.
tutti الأكلات حقتهم ناس طيبين الجو حقتهم كل شيء هنا تمام مرة عجبني ما في شيء حس الآن ما عجبني.
Bon, pas grand chose, juste un peu des habits, mais comme truc de souvenir, j'ai amené une pièce de 100 francs, le monnaie, pour garder, pour voir comme souvenir de l'Afrique.
Vraiment, je n'ai rien amené, j'ai amené beaucoup de difficultés ici, mais maintenant, là où je suis, alhamdoulilah, rien du mal, tout va très 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 bien.
بس لما بدرس على الخيارات بتاع الأطفال والخيارات ما بدون خيارات شيء. ما عندي حاجة بس ذكريات في التليفون بس الحقيقية وكذا كنا قاعدين كيف كذا ما عندي شيء.
بالحقيقة يعني هي يعني الذكريات يعني من النيجر، أن أنا اشترى من النيجر تقريبا ما يقارب 5 سنين إلى 6 سنين. يعني غادرت البلاد وجيت هنا، يعني جيت يعني لدي ذكريات هناك في النيجر جميلة يعني، وأخذت يعني هنا إلى إيطاليا. يعني طبعا أي بلد تمشي في تجارب أنت يعني تشوف أي شغال تشوف التجارب، ولما تجي في إيطاليا كمان يعني تعيش وتشوف التجارب يعني.
نعم. تعلمت شو هو الاحترام أول شيء، وتعلمت اهتمام، لازم تهتم الشخص. نعم تعلمت.
Présentement ici, j'ai reçu beaucoup des aides ici, à l'éducation, à l'école, aller à l'hôpital. On a un peu de trucs qu'on nous a donné aussi à se nourrir aussi vraiment. Et on a beaucoup des aides ici, vraiment, ça m'a plu vraiment.
مساعدات من المركز مثلا الأكل والشراب واللبس، ودونا التعليم للأطفال مجانا نتعلم في المركز، والعلاج.
أول شيء أشكرهم إيطاليين مرة علشان الصحة، ساعدونا مرة كثير، لأن كانت أمي مريضة لما جينا هنا، وحتى الآن هم الماسكين يهتموا بصحتها الحمد لله. وثاني شيء زي نمشي سياحة، تعليم، نتعلم أسبوع كل مرة 3 وقت، والمساء كمان نتعلم أسبوع 2. نعم.
Molto bene.
الحمد لله يعني شوي نتعلم يعني في المدرسة.
كويس، مرحلة بسيطة لكن حسب بدأت نتفاهم مع الناس، نفهم الكلمات لكن صعب علي أن أجاوب، لكن إن شاء الله راح أمر.
Some very nice impressions and snapshots, and I wonder how many of us would learn the Italian language in the speed which they have undertaken. It is my great pleasure now to welcome a colleague here from the Associazione Frantz Fanon. I think you're probably going to tell us 1 or 2 words about Frantz Fanon in a minute. It's our colleague, Marius, who's a psychologist by background, and he is really carrying out clinical work, training and supervision for the association. And he has very, very much looked into some of the questions of expectations of the beneficiaries. What expectations do they come with? How do they develop? And what do you do with that? How can they play a constructive part in the integration and restarting a life project? Where might there be challenges in that? So let us know what to do and know about expectations, finding out about them. There's often the term expectation management, and I always find that a bit technical, I must say. Expectations are a very human thing, and hopes and dreams, and I'm not sure to which extent you can manage them, but I'm convinced you can creatively and positively deal with them.
Well, absolutely. The shortest answer is to pay attention to what builds these expectations and how can we work with them. For a longer answer, I will start now. My remarks don't come from my specific work, but they come from the work of two colleagues of mine, Eleonora Voli and Deborah Boaglio, who are not here today because they are among a very delicate time, but also a very beautiful time in their life. I was able to come here. I'm very glad and honored to speak on their behalf. I will try to summarize a couple of points deriving from the report that they've written and that is published on the COMET website. It's called Humanitarian Corridors from the Assessment Process to Support Towards Autonomy, an analysis of experiences and expectations. This work is based upon interviews together with beneficiaries and with refugee support workers, not only those workers among the COMET project, but also in other humanitarian corridor projects, like the one initiated in 2015 in Lebanon. As Torsten was saying, the main focus of the report is that of expectations and the effects they have both on the identification assessment process of beneficiaries and after their arrival in European countries. These expectations are crucial in shaping the relationship, the helping supportive relationships that need to take place. I would start with diving into some of the expectations that arise before the departure, at the time in which beneficiaries aren't beneficiaries yet. They are still candidates. They get in touch with the project and they start knowing about how the project works. The issue is something that was mentioned very early this morning about the criteria that guide the identification process. If improvements have been done in this sense, still in many projects there has been a lack of clarity of these criteria, and the criteria are structural in shaping the expectations of future beneficiaries. What is expected of me? What should I say? The first questions that need to be answered in face of the criteria of the projects. What may happen is that people end up learning through an information market what is useful to be said. The criteria have shifted during time from a notion based mainly on vulnerability to that of economical sustainability and integrability of the people that arrive. Therefore, candidates have to strike a certain balance between vulnerability and autonomy. What Vacant has said an optimal vulnerability, performing both their, trying to describe their life both in the terms of suffering and of capacities, the abilities, the possibility to be empowered by the project. Therefore, because of this, of the way these criteria have effect, the assessment process may be at risk of becoming a performative context in which the candidate negotiates a certain identity, an identity that is formed in the language of the framework and the cultural political expectations of the complementary pathway. Therefore, they end up in a process of resubjectifying themselves, what Foucault would call, they apply a technology of the self. They do this in front of a refugee support worker who listens to their story and is perceived by them sometimes as omnipotent, somebody who can be the referee of their fate, and they have in some way to make an impact on this person. This can generate, on the other hand, for the refugee support worker an impression to be manipulated by the ways in which the stories are presented. The moral and the psychological burden of the refugee support workers that have to have to work in this identifying phase is very hard to bear, and it sometimes, as it emerges in the interviews, it has sometimes led the workers to rely on self-protective strategies. For example, involving a third-party organization in the identification project, or asking people who have already arrived in the European country to suggest somebody to that could be inserted in the program and arrive. The risk at this point is that of having to face and to listen to very hard violent stories, and at the same time keeping in mind these criteria. The risk, the biggest risk in this case is that of the relationship with the candidate. It may become a procedural relationship. Another issue has to do with the time with which the information about the departure, the conditions of the stay in the destination country is shared. This is one element that has been noted. Sometimes it is said these are informations that are shared very, very late. Therefore, reducing the possibility for the candidate to operate a free and a full choice, a full ability to self-determine their own pathway. This can tie up to an ideal representation of what is to be found in the country of arrival, an ideal representation that is in line with another possible effects of the criteria. Once passed through these criteria, the beneficiary can start thinking about himself or herself as the chosen one, somebody who has been chosen by the project and therefore is on a path towards success. Being the chosen one, of course, is the ground in which new expectations may start to grow upon arrival. Even more effects of the system have an impact on these expectations. For example, in certain facilities in Italy, there is a use derived from governmental facilities to use a contract. Since the beginning of the stay, we sign a contract with the amount of time in the project, the conditions to stay or the conditions to exit the project, the benefits, the services that are given out. And this is already another shift in the expectations. For the refugee support workers, the contract is a useful tool in order to have a framework for their job, but also a boundary to personal involvement. For the beneficiaries, instead, this contractualization of the relationship may mark a shift from a relationship based on trust to one based on a bureaucratic instrument. Their expectation of being fully supported in their needs starts to be shaken. In this context, rules may prevail over empathy and personalization. The beneficiary may start to self-discipline himself or herself among these rules, these contractualized rules. Two more important topics. Time. There is an issue of time. It's contractualized. We expect that beneficiaries may soon be able to start a path towards autonomy, to learn the language, as seen before, to finish their job training, to start working. The issue of time is something that for refugee support workers implies that if somebody isn't able to move quickly, they may lack motivation, they may lack the energy needed to work in. So the refugee support workers start being worried about what will happen, how can they manage their work. For the beneficiaries on their side, this pressure to start doing may evoke a necessity of a feeling of being lonely, of being not helped enough. All this burdens the relationship between the beneficiary and the refugee support worker, a relationship that takes place, unfortunately, in a rejecting context. As Kirsten was saying this morning, the context in which these receptions happen, it's not always full of good acceptance towards the beneficiaries. And for what has to do, for example, with the job market, often refugees have to enter a job market connotated by underemployment, ethnicization of labor, a lack of resources for housing, for the possibility to have their own educational qualifications recognized. All this is a burden on the relationship between beneficiaries and refugee support workers. In this context, if the first ones look at the refugee support workers as facilitators to their project of success, refugee support workers in a context of scarcity and lack of resources among the territorial network may start to look at the refugees that come through these pathways as privileged because they didn't have to go through what we were noticing also this morning with open arms, the violence and the risk of death that many other refugees that don't come through these pathways have to face. Their relationship may risk to be trapped in an oscillation between logics of help and merit. Prove to me that you are still worthy of this project. Fassen uses the word compassion fatigue. What he means with this is the way that refugee support workers may be fatigued because the beneficiaries don't understand how the system in which they work with victimizes the beneficiaries, but also victimizes the refugee support workers themselves. They often have to deal with high stress, frustration because of the context and the lack of resources in their territories. Often underestimated in the public eye, also because of media and the political way they are represented in their job, and they often aren't sufficiently supported from a contractual economical point of view. We don't often their job isn't valued and recognized enough. The report suggests to keep on doing what has already started, to keep a conversation alive as the one that started also this morning, to keep a conversation among us with the civil society, with the public institutions and also the European institutions to further improve this framework of humanitarian corridors in an inclusion-based model. A couple of notes derived from the report that I would pinpoint out would be the necessity to keep working on clearer criteria. Clearer criteria that have to be put in place by well-trained and supervised teams in order to face the hard work, the hard task they are asked to do. Working among the principle of transparency, being as open as possible about the conditions, the durations, the country of destination, as soon as this is possible with the beneficiaries, in order to help them in co-designing their project as active, empowered protagonists of this project. Step forward has been made in this sense with the implementation of podcasts, which still it's very useful, but has a shortcoming of being passive in terms of a medium. But what Prince was saying before, I think it's also very important, the possibility to have meetings with people in the country of origin.
Who've had similar experiences.
Exactly. One more point in these terms is also the utility to build a relationship between refugee support workers working in the country of departure and the country of arrivals, so they can share all the necessary information and the way they work. Often these are aspects that aren't so clear. After arrival, for refugee support workers, training, supervision, room for reflection is what most is needed in order to help them acquire the skills and the tools necessary to engage with empowered users, their needs, their desires, to prevent frustration and its effect to arise, and to help them be aware of the implicit dynamics that can burden their interactions with beneficiaries. One last point, the importance to improve and to expand networks with public and private institutions, because they are fundamentally for the positive outcome of the project and the possibility for integration also after the end of this project, in particular with what has to do with house hunting, with job training, and with the recognition of educational qualifications. I have one conclusion point. I don't know if we have still time.
Shoot.
I'll shoot it. So humanitarian corridors, as the conclusion of the report says, are a political framework, and we have to keep this in mind. If on the one hand they offer a fundamental alternative to the ways characterized by structural emergencies in which our countries deal with migration, at the same time, these corridors do not have to become the crowning achievement of European governments in a context in which migration policies are steering more and more in Europe and elsewhere towards strategies of rejection, expulsion, and structural violence. This can be done if we keep in mind a political and historical awareness of how come we need humanitarian corridors and the framework it operates in. In this way, refugee support workers and we can work as protagonists of a critical system advocating against violent migration policies. We can become pioneers of experimental assessment and support processes that enhance subjectivity of the people that arrive in Europe. I think that this is a process that has started with the COMET project that demonstrates clearly, as if it were needed, how important it is to have a common European approach on this topic. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very, very much, Marius, of guiding us through the, I would say, systemic framework which orients that. And against that background, I would immediately want to come with one question. You very much described you used the formulation omnipotent. Yeah. And of course it is that the potential beneficiary in the starting point has relatively little agency towards a system which indeed seems very omnipotent. And yet upon arrival, it is like become autonomous, you are steering the success of your story. What can help? Of course, there have been lots of efforts with pre-departure orientation, but of course you have a pre-departure orientation, which is a couple of hours. It can be interactive, and I think that helps a lot. But yet the experience you've had as a potential beneficiary was probably sitting in a camp for the last 5 years. So you have experienced the system for a very long time, and all of a sudden there's somebody telling you, upon arrival in Italy, Germany, or wherever, you have to run with your project. How else can that transition be made? It seems such a massive task simply for everybody involved.
Absolutely. And I think it's something that is deeply rooted in this framework at the point in which it affects also language. Beneficiaries. Beneficiary of what?
Yeah.
Are they beneficiaries of rights? Can one person benefit from rights? Aren't they just recognized as right bearers? I think also a change in the language that is used is important in order to to help a change in the shape of the relationships that we build. That on one hand want to sustain and to improve, to empower the people, their own subjectivity, their own ability to navigate the conditions that they have arrived into. And on the other hand, they have to negotiate this into predetermined conditions. We have these resources. We don't have all the span of the expectations that you may have. I think that one way to help enter among these complexities is that of having the most open conversation about it, about these challenges, about the resources that are in place in order to help the person navigate through the choices that are present. This is necessary, but I know that it's something that is not ignored. All these projects are already trying to put them in place. Still, what more can be done in this sense? Unfortunately, this is the paper on the report. We don't have solutions to that. We are here to discuss them. We are here to open a debate on this topic. I'm wondering if somebody in the public has an idea about this, because talking about it may help.
That would have been my question as well. Would you like to come in at that point from the audience?
Sure, I have a question just to go back to...
I think you might have to talk into one of the mics so the people online. The roaming mic. Okay, yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Marius. Really fascinating, and I would absolutely commend to everyone in the room the full report, which is on the website. It really makes for interesting and thought-provoking reading. My question is just to go back to one of the points that you raised or touched on this morning, which is about the impact of a contract and how that shifts perceptions, because I think as people working within a programme, our natural tendency is to try to systematise, to try to find ways to be transparent, perhaps through a written contract, because we understand that for some people receiving information at a time when they're traumatised, when they're transitioning and so on, is difficult, and written information could be as important as the information that we communicate in other ways. But as you point out, there is a downside to that as well, because of the shift in the relationship between the parties when a contract is presented or entered into. How can we make those two things? How can we bridge those two challenges?
Well, this topic is explored more deeply in the report, and I will do my best to touch upon this. Contracts. We have in mind the social contract of Locke. We have in mind the contracts in our society, in our bureaucratized democratic society. It may be possible, and this is what the report suggests, that contracts have to do more with us than with the people arriving. Oftentimes, people arrive from context in which the state and the contract aren't present, or if bureaucracy is present, it is a highly corruptible bureaucracy. Therefore, a contract may be something that is alienating, estranging from the...
A way of tricking you into something which you don't want to do, yeah?
A way of tricking you? What is a contract? Am I forced to sign it? What does it mean? Can I change? Can I negotiate my conditions of stay? These are questions that in some cases do not even have the time to arise because the contract is signed in some of the very earliest stages of the arrival in the country of destination, therefore not even allowing the time to assess fully. I personally understand the logics of the contract and how come it is used, but if this instrument is needed, it deserves to have a time for its presentation, for its explanation that can help the person look at it, not as something that is a risk in some way. At the same time, the contract does something even deeper. It reinstitutes a hierarchical distribution of power between those who give and those who receive. And we cannot forget one thing. For many of the people that arrive in Europe, this also evokes a memory of the past connected to colonial times, in which the white person retains the power to define the limits in which the black person can move and can negotiate. An awareness of all this and its implication may help us think of how to use this instrument or what changes we need to do about it.
And with that thought, we've made the round back to Frantz Fanon.
I've made it.
Great. Any other reflections from the floor at this point? I mean, we will pick up on quite a few of these things in the afternoon, I'm guessing. But
everybody looks very hungry.
They look very hungry, and I think that's why we should slowly close for lunch. However, one thing you need to do, and we signed a contract on that, before going to lunch is to come up here for a group picture. And you'll be guiding us about where to stand and what to do. Okay. And see you all back at 2 o'clock. That was very, very good.
I didn't realize how much time I took.
You took 15 minutes. That was perfect.
Great.
And I'm very impressed by your talking notes with different colors.
Yes. Well, this is my strange neurotic way of learning things since the university.
Okay.
Also, professors look at me and say, "Do you understand what you've written?" Well, yes, I actually do.
Nobody else has to understand it as long as you find your way around. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. We're not going to take a picture of you as a group sitting, but up here. Up. People, if you don't want to leave without any food, go to the cafeteria here and now, and be back at 2. She's working for the Migration Policy Institute Europe, not only on refugee pathways, but lots of other programs on resettlement as well as labor migration, a couple of others. She's been quite involved in this project, but also lots of others. And across the project duration, every now and then taking the temperature of the project by having a participative evaluation, and probably even more importantly, summarizing some of the findings and the prospects of scaling up the complementary pathways framework and growth element, because we had it, well, maybe it was just me having these talks in the breaks, but I think one of the things which came back in some of the discussions was to say, it's all very nice what we're doing here, but it's really a drop in the ocean. Mm-hmm. So one of the very, very central aspects of what we're doing here is creating a basis for more of it. And Belen, as I said, you've been doing a very insightful paper, which is also on the website, about growth of complementary pathways projects, and we'd like to hear from you.
Yes, thank you very much, Torsten. Maybe spoiler alert, yeah, we don't have the magic solution.
But, please finish that.
Very sorry about that. And I know I have the difficult task of keeping you awake after the very delicious lunch that we had, but I'll try. So as Torsten mentioned, I mean, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here today and finally also see each other in person and have this space and time to really reflect on what we have achieved with the project. And I think for us, it has been at the Migration Policy Institute, being a think tank and doing a lot of research and analysis on policy and so on, it's been extremely rich to be part of a project that is really implementing these pathways. And as you mentioned, I think we had a very open and honest space about speaking of what works, but also what didn't work at times. So in that sense, it was a super enriching experience, really, to learn from all the partners about how to implement these pathways, how do we set them really in practice and not just in theory. What are the things maybe that sometimes we don't expect and may go wrong, and how do we plan maybe for that? So in the report that you mentioned that was published last December already, what we tried to do was to take stock of the field, really reflect on where we are at with complementary pathways, what that means for the field of protection, and then also try to identify a few kind of main pillars that we should keep in mind if we are to set and try to scale these pathways in the future. So, and I think maybe I will be brief about the taking stock of pathways, because I think a lot has been said already this morning by all the different colleagues and you, Torsten. But basically what we've seen is that the value of these pathways is really huge, because in the field of protection, we see that there are more people, and we saw the figures from Lorenzo, from UNHCR, and that are in need of international protection every year, and that figures are going up. But at the same time, we see that the political landscape in many countries has been changing, and that yes, resettlement remains still a solution for some, but it's not enough. And we need more stakeholders to also come into the picture and try to set these other legal pathways that can help also provide for a safe and real opportunity for people in need of international protection. And we've seen that there's been a lot of innovation, especially since 2015, when we saw a large number of people moving to Europe, and after several pushes done by the European Commission and by different stakeholders to really provide for more and more sustainable solutions and new pathways. But we also see that it has been extremely difficult to really scale these projects beyond maybe the few numbers that we've seen. And we see that also we have, for example, in Italy, the humanitarian corridor, we have education pathways, we have labor pathways. In Germany as well, we have several pathways. In Belgium, in Ireland, France, Spain. And this adds a lot of, on the one side, richness to the field, because again, we do not have, compared to resettlement, when normally we would have, for most of the stages, the national stakeholders and then UNHCR and IOM involved in the different processes. For complementary pathways, we see that we have really
a very diverse group of stakeholders from universities, from sometimes local authorities, from employers, from mentors or volunteers or buddies, however they are named depending on the pathway and program. And again, like this adds a lot of richness to the field, because we've seen that through these different pathways, we have been able not only to increase the numbers, although as mentioned, like maybe that increase in the number hasn't been maybe as big as we would like, but it has also allowed, and again, as Lorenzo mentioned this morning, to really to diversify the profile of those benefiting of international protection, not just those maybe with refugee status or recognition by UNHCR, but for example, in the case of Italy, other people in need of international protection can access the humanitarian corridor. There have been pathways also specifically designed for LGBTQI migrants or refugees. We have seen also these pathways have allowed for a lot of flexibility in the field and to respond in times of crisis, as we saw with the war in Ukraine, when many countries set up host programs for to really support those Ukrainians arriving in Europe. And it has also, I think, helped address capacity concerns linked to housing crisis, and really kind of like tap into a new or like a more diverse set of like resources and support that could be used. But again, at the same time, all this richness and all this variety and all this innovation in terms of the different pathways that exist across different countries, but also even within one country, has made it very challenging at times to coordinate what's going on. It's been, sometimes you have like stakeholders operating maybe in silos, pathway operating a bit like in silos and like not really talking to each other or like learning from each other. Sometimes you have, like duplication of efforts in the sense that maybe you have like, instead of with resettlement, like one identification selection channel, maybe you have 5 different organizations or stakeholders like doing identification or selection. And that again like leads to some duplication that to some extent is necessary, but to another extent in some cases leads to some inefficiencies when in some cases maybe some of the things could be maybe more streamlined or coordinated. So I think what we wanted to like really take from this COMET experience, and that we really learn from all different partners, but also in conversations with other stakeholders who have been operating in this field for the last couple of years, was to take a step back a bit and try to understand like what are the different kind of like puzzle pieces that need to be in place when we are talking about setting these pathways. And one of the building blocks that we see is that these pathways need very strong buy-in from all the different stakeholders involved. And that means, I mean, depending on the pathway, it might be employers, it might be the civil society, it might be the volunteers, universities, or a combination of all of those, but also governments. And I think that's something that became very clear also with COMET, that if you don't have the government buy-in for these pathways, it's very, very challenging really to implement them and to scale them, and that we need to engage governments as core partners also in these efforts, because oftentimes we need, especially like for, at least like for visa processing and so on, but also for identifying maybe which already existing legal framework could be used to welcome refugees or others in need of international protection without necessarily needing to completely like reinvent the wheel and reinvent the system. So, and we have seen like some examples where, like kind of like engaging government stakeholders like from the beginning, or for example, engaging them in AMIF proposals like from the very setting of the pathways has been useful in terms of like giving them also like some sense of like ownership and like really taking part in this design stage and so on. Then another kind of like building block other than the buy-in from different stakeholders and specifically from government that we saw is the importance of kind of like setting also realistic expectations, not just maybe for the refugees and the mentors themselves, as we were hearing before, but also like for all these different partners that are at some point engage in the process, because we've seen that maybe there are different objectives or goals in mind that maybe civil society or government or universities have with these programs. We've heard in the case of, for example, community sponsorship, in talking to volunteers who have been participating, oftentimes they face a lot of challenges sometimes when engaging with local governments and trying to explain, like, look, these are refugees, even though they're entering like under these like very specific programs, these are the rights that they have. You should be able to provide like this and that. So kind of like investing in that awareness raising for all stakeholders involved at some point of the process. It's really important to make sure that these pathways work as smoothly as possible. And for example, in Belgium, FEDASIL, the agency for the reception of asylum seekers in Belgium, has been investing, or at least was investing a couple of years ago, in organizing conversations with the local governments and trying to tell them about the community sponsorship program that exists in the countries, explaining to them about the rights and also the responsibilities of refugees engaging in these programs, and also the role of local authorities in these programs and how they can facilitate. Because this is also an important way to reduce the burden on sponsors and not lead to like fatigue also on their side. I think for that it's very important that each stakeholder like kind of like knows their role and knows what to expect and what is expected like from them on these pathways. The other thing that I think was very clear in terms of like the pillars that need to be in place is like, yes, buy-in, yes, like realistic expectations and awareness raising from all these different stakeholders, but also creating inclusive governance frameworks and forums where these different stakeholders can really discuss the different obstacles that they're facing. And I think COMET in that sense was a really important like proof of concept that these spaces having the space to to discuss like what's going well, what's not, how each different like maybe country or stakeholder are addressing the challenges that are facing. It's extremely rich in designing and kind of like brainstorming together how to overcome some of these issues and share lessons learned. And I think there are other examples, for example, through the SHARE network, they have also done a very good job at bringing all the different stakeholders together. I know in France there is this kind of like national roundtable bringing different stakeholders operating in the field of resettlement and also complementary pathways together, which is also extremely important that, again, we are not, that these pathways are not operating in silos in one country, but actually that all these different stakeholders are talking to one another and also identifying maybe opportunities for leveraging or, again, like creating opportunities for synergies. In some cases also we saw that there is even an opportunity or a space to even go one step further and maybe see whether there is a space to create like shared infrastructure, for example, in the front end. Again, as I mentioned, compared to maybe resettlement where things are more like streamlined and maybe you have like a national government, UNHCR and IOM involved and with very specific roles. In the field of pathways, you have different stakeholders intervening for the selection, identification, matching, and so on. And we've seen in some cases that developing shared infrastructure, for example, for the identification or the selection has been extremely useful. For example, in the case of the education corridor in France or in Italy, I know UNHCR has been playing kind of a centralizing role in terms of also like putting together a website in which everyone who wants to apply like for these different education fellowships for refugees in Italy or in France can go to a single portal and just do one application and submit that application and be eligible for different universities instead of maybe each university having like their own portal. So, I mean, it sounds like very simple, but like having these things like mainstream can make a huge difference in terms of how we manage numbers and how we scale going forward. I think also in the United Kingdom, so there's also a labor pathway for nurses that the NHS has been handling, and they've also done a very impressive job at kind of like pulling applications and kind of like instead of like maybe each hospital saying, well, I need 2 people, or I need 5 nurses, or I need kind of like the NHS has centralized these selection and matching procedures, and in conversations with them, they told me in some cases we've been able like to save maybe up to 30 or 40% of resources by streamlining this, and also by having the expertise of understanding like how to do this, like how these things work. And then lastly, and I think was also like shared by many, is the importance of funding. I think that remains and will probably remain one of the main challenges for setting and for scaling these pathways, because it's not only about like funding for the visas, in some cases for accommodation, for the flights and so on, but it's also what is needed is funding for coordination between these different stakeholders. And I think, again, like COMET is also a proof that it takes a lot of time and a lot of resources to coordinate. I mean, our partners have done an amazing job, but you need funds also for that, because it's not for free that you can coordinate everyone. So I think we need to do also a better job at trying to diversify the funding streams, and also making sure that when we think about funding, we also need to coordinate with other stakeholders. We also need to think about synergies, so we need to also include that funding component in what we are doing. So yeah, I think those were like the main pillars in terms of like really making sure that the buy-in is there, making sure that there are realistic expectations and knowledge about the programs and what is expected from the different stakeholders, creating spaces where coordination and communication can take place, in some cases facilitated maybe by these kind of like forums, or by having maybe one stakeholder kind of like coordinate and bring together these different stakeholders working in the field. In some cases, again, it makes sense to maybe have like shared infrastructure, and then making sure that funding is available not only for operating the programs, but also for coordinating them. So I think I'll stop there.
Thank you very, very much. You said as you went along, well, it sounds like a simple thing, but I think one of the experiences, not only of that project, but particularly of this project, is simple things also need attention. And if the simple things don't work, you are in big, big trouble, which goes beyond a simple thing. So I think that's very important. I think also the point which you very much underlined of ownership, and also on the governmental side, is very, very important. And I think it's a nice passage into our next panel. We had one, and I was in writing the briefing paper, wondering how to call Fons Catalan. Is it a governmental? And I was, as I said, learning that it is called an association of local and supra-local organization and entities. Authorities. Oh my God. You see, the project is over and I still haven't learned it. But I'll retain it. Anyway, we were talking about local government, and the next panel is looking at governmental actors on the various level. And I have the privilege for that to also hand over the moderation to Alexandra from our second partner here in Barcelona, Fons Catalan. And I'm very sure you will say a few more words about Fons. And I'll see you back in the next panel.
Good afternoon. Maria, I hope you can hear us well. We are not hearing you. Can you speak now?
Hello?
Hello, yes, perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, fellow colleagues, former colleagues, dear guests, and honorable panelists, David and Maria.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm not listening to you very well.
Okay,
There's something with the sound again.
Is it better? Is it better now?
No.
No. Is it the sound through the? Maria, if I speak from here, do you hear me better?
Not quite. I was hearing, sorry, I can't see. I was hearing the other colleague on the screen better, but not you.
Okay. If I speak closer to here?
Yes, that's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'll move. If you want to come closer. No problem. Just getting to the hybrid challenges of a conference. As I was saying, it's a privilege to be here this afternoon with you and opening this session, which is going to be focusing on the learnings of the COMET project here in Catalonia and reflect together also on the perspectives on the future of safe pathways for international protection to Spain. I'm very honored to share this panel with two distinguished guests who have been an invaluable support in the process of this phase of exploring the possibility of a community sponsorship program in Catalonia, whose expertise and perspectives I'm sure will greatly enrich our discussion. So we have with us online Maria de Zavala, who is a Durable Solutions Associate at the UNHCR office in Spain, and David Herrero, who is Head of Special Programs in the Ministry of Inclusion and Social Security and Migrations of Spain. Unfortunately, the representative of the Directorate General for Migration and Asylum of the Catalan government is not able to join us today because of another commitment. The Directorate General for Migration has been the third key partner in this phase of exploring the possibility for a community sponsorship program to Catalonia, but we are sure that the conversation will allow us also to highlight the efforts and opportunities in addressing complementary pathways and safe pathways from a regional perspective. Before I give the floor to our esteemed guests with some questions that I want to share with them, I wanted to use a couple of minutes to speak on behalf of Fons Català about its role within the COMET project and how this experience has been able to highlight also the fundamental importance of municipal authorities in co-shaping and in co-implementing safe pathways for those in need of international protection. As Thorsten was introducing also this morning, we are at a time when migration policies across Europe have been facing growing challenges. And at this time, municipal governments and supralocal institutions have the opportunity, but not only the opportunity, also the responsibility to lead the way in promoting human rights, social cohesion, and dignified reception conditions for forcibly displaced people. Since the inception of the idea of the COMET project and throughout the development of the idea in the Catalan context, it has been demonstrated that municipal action is not only relevant but also essential in the creation of safe and sustainable protection pathways. Fons Català, as Thorsten, you were very correctly defining it as an organization that brings together these municipal authorities and supralocal institutions from across Catalonia to support international cooperation, humanitarian action, and the promotion of the idea that human mobility is a right, has played a crucial role in highlighting that local authorities are not just a passive supporter in the implementation of such projects, but that these municipal authorities can actually be active agents in refugee reception and integration, agents who are able to build innovative and inclusive solutions together with the civil society, with NGOs, and with those with lived experience of forced displacement. So although, and many of you already know the challenges faced, it was not finally possible to implement the community sponsorship in the Catalan context in the framework of the COMET project. Cities such as Sant Boi de Llobregat, who we have also here today with us, and the city of Santa Coloma de Gramenet have proved that there can be social and political willingness to go beyond this traditional role of the municipalities and mobilize local resources to enhance solutions that are community-driven and that are human-centered. So to further consolidate these learnings that we had throughout the COMET project and throughout this attempt to implement community sponsorship program in the region, Fons Català has developed, together with one of its local partners, the Catalan Commission for Refugee Action, 2 documents: a report on recommendations for the design and implementation of safe pathways through municipalism, offering policy guidance for local governments, and a practical guide for mobilizing municipal councils and local partners in sponsorship programs, providing concrete strategies for effective municipal participation in such projects. These documents are not only valuable for the municipalities with whom we have worked throughout this process, but can be also useful or serve as a reference for municipalities in Spain and in other regions in Europe who are looking to enhance their participation in refugee protection and complementary pathways. And both documents are available on the website, which Fiona recommended all to check out if you haven't done so, and which Ludovica has so carefully worked on and designed. So while we are conscious that there is still pending work to do in Catalonia to progress with the development of safe pathways, what we wanted to do also in today's panel is to reflect on those experiences that already have been implemented in Spain and assess future opportunities. All of this without forgetting about the work of the municipalities in such efforts as not only an act of solidarity, but also as an investment in stronger and more inclusive communities. So on that note, I would like now to turn to our panelists and ask the first question to Maria. And I hope you can hear me well enough. If not, just let me know. Maria, as the UN agency mandated to protect refugees and find durable solutions for forcibly displaced and stateless populations, UNHCR has been a key actor in expanding such safe pathways to protection, including through resettlement and complementary pathways. From UNHCR's perspective, what are the most important lessons learned regarding the implementation of such pathways in Spain, and particularly in the regions where community sponsorship programs have been developed?
Hello and good afternoon to everybody. My apologies first for not being having been able to join you in Barcelona, and a huge thank you for making my virtual participation possible in this hybrid mode. I hope that it is working throughout the session and we don't come across any technical challenges. So on your question, well, I'm going to throw in some ideas, some points on our experience in supporting complementary pathways and schemes in Spain that are not necessarily in a specific order. First of all, you know that, but to set a bit the frame, in Spain there is a national resettlement program. There are currently 2 active regional community sponsorship programs that support resettled refugees in their integration in Spain. There is, in the last 2 years, that has been the development of labor scheme for resettled refugees also. And lastly, and specifically in Catalonia, there is an educational pathway who's being implemented by the University of Barcelona. So that would be a bit the context we have in Spain in relation to resettlement and complementary pathways. On lessons learned, well, one that is key, but it's obvious, but not for being obvious, we have to forget it, is we need political will at all levels. And a multi-stakeholder approach and effort to take these schemes forward. And it has been also a learning path in the implication of what we would call not traditional actors when we're talking about the international protection schemes and the support they get in Spain. So implying directly the citizenship, I mean the common citizens in local sponsoring groups, for instance, has been a very new experience. My colleague David can surely explain more about that, but also the fact that the ministry has started to work with the private sector is a very innovative approach in Spain, also in the case of the labor pathway. So that's maybe my first comment on that. These kind of pathways and schemes cannot be taken forward if we do not work together from different administrations, for different organizations, from all the different communities. So this is this really the spirit of the Global Refugee Forum when we talk about a whole of society approach. Second lesson learned is that when we talk about community sponsorship programs in Spain, we have seen, I think, quite quickly the impact on facilitating initial integration for refugees. Also the impact on those implied in the local refugee sponsoring groups, their personal implication, and how they become, let's say, like advocates for these kind of schemes, for refugee protection in their communities also. That has to do with the building up of more inclusive communications you were talking about earlier. It has also been a very positive experience on local engagement, and I think we also have seen that the implementation of the community sponsorship programs at regional level have had an impact on refugee policies at local level. Also a wider impact than only what has been the program itself. I mean, we have seen that implementing these kind of programs with this multi-stakeholder approach has enabled that all stakeholders sit together, coordinate, identify where the gaps are, where the difficulties are, and if these issues have been on their field of responsibility, looking together for solutions, and this has had an impact in policy changes in some of these regions. Another important lesson learned is the importance of these coordination mechanisms I was commenting. Continuous dialogue, flexibility, especially when we are in a pilot phase, is very, very important. I think we cannot stress more the importance of monitoring, of evaluation, and that these exercises are done in a shared way with all stakeholders, and the importance of documenting these processes, as the COMET project has done, also to facilitate that others can see the example, can profit from this lessons learned in the process. Some challenges also detected that I think it's important to share is that scaling programs is a very difficult step, maybe the hardest to make these programs stable and sustainable, which also needs additional political will at a later stage. We often have a strong political will to initiate pilot initiatives, to put the first steps, but it's easy that along the way these political will changes, or there are changes in the implied stakeholders that do make it very difficult to get a step forward and make these programs structural and sustainable. Funding is another challenge and has a very important impact, of course. We always talk within the Spanish program, and I believe within also others, the Spanish programs, I mean the Spanish regional programs, which has a duration from 18 to 24 months in the coverage, is what happens at month 25. Also, looking for beyond the duration of the programs is a challenge, and how to engage and mainstream the support to refugees once the program is over remains a challenge when there are structural difficulties that are beyond the program's possibilities, like housing, unemployment, etc. So I think this is just a snapshot of these lessons learned from this community sponsorship initiatives in Spain, and I think I can leave it there for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. This is a very interesting way in putting together or complying with this task of putting together the lessons learned and also the challenges that you have detected throughout your experience. You have mentioned the importance of these non-traditional actors with the engagement of the civil society, also maybe recalling the importance of the municipal authorities in the implementation of such projects, and then the importance of having a continuous political will and enough resources to provide sustainability but also scalability of such projects. Speaking about political will, David, the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration plays a central role in managing international protection programs in Spain, including those that Maria has mentioned, resettlement, and the pilot experience of labor mobility pathways. From the ministry's standpoint, what have been the key takeaways in managing these programs, and what are maybe some of the main institutional and or operational challenges in ensuring that these pathways are both effective but then also sustainable in the future?
Thank you, Alexandra, and thanks for the invitation. Well, maybe I could start giving a quick overview of what are those third country solutions that are being implemented by Spain at the moment, in which the Ministry of Inclusion takes part, because Maria mentioned the educational pathway that is being implemented by the University of Barcelona, but we don't play a role there. So as of today, it is resettlement, which we have a 15-year experience in implementing the program. More than 90% of our resettled refugees in Spain have been resettled from countries in the Syria situation, Lebanon, Jordan, and Turkey. We have the labor pathway for refugees. It's very close to what we could call an employer sponsored resettlement scheme. This is born from the trilateral statement between the United States, Canada, and Spain, which was signed in 2023. We started implementing this pathway for Nicaraguan refugees resettled in Spain from Costa Rica. It implies access to employment opportunities in Spain from 2 months after arrival here in Spain, and support, integration support from the reception system. We have the humanitarian admission scheme for Afghan nationals from neighboring countries of Afghanistan, like Pakistan, Iran, or India. And we have the family reunification scheme. Yes?
A bit the mic closer so Maria can hear better.
Okay. Sorry. No problem, Maria. So I would say the main challenges have to do with the high pressure that the reception system is subject to right now. More than 230,000 Ukrainian nationals have received temporary protection in Spain since 2022. We have record numbers of asylum claims in the last 3 years in Spain also. Spain's the second recipient, the second country in the European Union with the most asylum claims after Germany. Everybody knows the situation in the Canary Islands. We have record numbers there of irregular arrivals of mixed movements, refugees and economic migrants. And that has placed the reception system under a very high pressure. In this context, I think it is a positive that resettlement commitments have been maintained in the last years. So in the short term, I would say that this is the main challenge because the situation in the reception system is very hard. In the long term, we probably would have to talk about integration. We have to, as we say, a successful resettlement program does not end with the transfer of refugees to the destination country. It is about integration, and we have to pay more attention to integration outcomes of resettled refugees in Spain. We have, I think, margin of improvement in the services we provide in the reception system for the integration support of resettled refugees, from PDO activities to psychological support, employment orientation, language courses, etc. And integration is the goal of the 18-month integration itinerary in the reception system. In the case of the labor pathway, it involves the acquisition of self-sufficiency in a relatively short period of time. And in the context described, that can contribute to underpin third country solutions in Spain. But we need to reach to a greater number of employers who can make employment offers available to the program. And we need to evaluate thoroughly the scalability of the program with its current characteristics.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you so much also for highlighting these challenges that happen at the same time, not only the challenges of the need of expanding those safe pathways, but also the challenges that come from the arrivals directly to the territory, which requires this collaboration and this cooperation to respond to the actual needs of Both of you have mentioned some of the experience also on the regional level, and regional governments, including Catalonia, have increasingly tried to get engaged more in migration and asylum policies, particularly to promote local level also involvement and human rights-based approaches. While, as I was mentioning also previously, a community sponsorship program is still a pending task in Catalonia. From the ministry's experience in the Basque Country, in Navarra, and in Comunitat Valenciana, what are some of the key elements or principles that should be part of the design and the implementation of such pathways on the regional level?
Well, first of all, community sponsorship, to the extent that it relies on the collaboration with the autonomous communities and NGOs and civil society organizations and volunteers, can also help to underpin, in this case, the resettlement program. In the context that we have described, with very highly pressured reception system. Because we have to remember community sponsorship in Spain works as an integration program for resettled refugees who are supported in their journey toward building a new life by a local group of volunteers. It is not a pathway, it is not a legal pathway, it is an integration program for resettled refugees. In our model, community sponsorship programs are articulated through a series of agreements between the Ministry of Inclusion, UNHCR, the autonomous communities, social entities with experience in integration and reception of refugees, and in some cases also with City Council. This is the current model we have to work with at the moment, and although Maria knows it, we've had some conversations in the past about exploring other possible models that broaden the impact and the number of beneficiaries of our community sponsorship program. As of today, we have to work with the current model. From that standpoint, I would invite, you mentioned the program in Catalonia, the non-existent program in this case, but I would invite all autonomous communities to be part of our community sponsorship programs and to play a role in the integration of resettled refugees like the Basque Country, Navarra, and La Comunidad Valenciana have done so far.
Thank you very much, David. And I think it's a nice invite to have, as we have highlighted throughout also today's sessions, that there is this increasing need to provide responses that are more sustainable, where more actors are involved on the local, on the regional level, on the national level. So I hope this also gets to the point where the decisions can be made, and that these collaborations can also be expanded on the Spanish level, but then also on the European level. Now back to Maria. UNHCR has also had a very active role, as David was mentioning, through the Memorandum of Understanding and the part of the implementation in the development of community sponsorship programs in the autonomous regions of Spain that we have mentioned. Which opportunities, Maria, do you see for Catalonia, and how does UNHCR collaborate with regional and local authorities and civil society to expand such pathways?
Well, I believe that there is a great potential in Catalonia to put in place and develop community sponsorship schemes. We see that it's a region with very strong local networks, and the Fons Català is an example of it, and the work that has been done through the COMET project, I think, showcases this. It's a very active civil society, and local communities are normally in many parts of the region are very much engaged. And there is, I think, political will at the regional level also, if we're talking about the current model that David has a bit explained. And I think that something that Catalonia could bring in, which I didn't comment in my first intervention, but I think is also a lesson learned, is that from the experiences so far, is that there is a need to better include and engage the local level, the municipalities. Navarra is the only experience that has the inclusion of the local authorities in the MOU that governs the initiative. It was the first time that this happened. And I think there is potential for scaling the role of municipalities in these kind of programs, and that Catalonia could be a good region where this could be tested and developed further, as I said. On UNHCR support and collaboration, it's mainly outlined in the memorandum of understanding, in the agreement that provides a framework for these programs. UNHCR has, of course, a role in identification of potential candidates for these programs through the resettlement program currently. What UNHCR mainly does, we have been advocating for complementary pathways for a very long time. It's linked to finding solutions, to our collective efforts to finding solutions, third country solutions for refugees who cannot find them in first countries of asylum. And in this endeavor, we try to provide guidance, technical support for design and implementation, support with capacity building, also in the identification and exchange of good practices in connecting different experiences and providing spaces that allow for networking. Refugee participation, I will talk maybe later about that, but it's something that we very much promote in all these kind of experiences that are being taken forward. And I already mentioned this, it's support for monitoring and evaluation. So this is a bit snapshot of what we are doing and trying to provide in order to promote further complementary pathways, and specifically when we work with local authorities in these efforts.
Thank you very much, Maria. We will definitely go back to the question also of the participation of refugees, of asylum seekers, and forcibly displaced persons in the last part. But before that, I wanted to ask a final question also to David, thinking about the future and the next steps to take. What do you believe are the most promising opportunities for expanding safe and complementary pathways to Spain? And we have spoken about the different actors that can be involved. Who needs to be involved to make this dream happen?
Well, in the current context, being prudent or modest, probably being able to maintain resettlement commitments and consolidate the more innovative programs like the labor pathway probably could be considered a success. But having said that, going forward, I'd say that there are two possibilities, two ways in which third country solutions could be expanded in Spain. It could happen through the design of what is known as complementary pathways in the definition of UNHCR, whether it is labor or educational complementary pathways in the fashion of what is being done in other countries such as Ireland, Italy, Belgium, the UK, Canada, or Australia. Or we could go deeper into this model of sponsored resettlement scheme, whether it is linked to educational or labor opportunities in Spain. I think that both present opportunities and both present different challenges also. And I think that we will have to evaluate thoroughly our current program, our labor mobility sponsored scheme, and compare both models to see what works better, the different challenges and opportunities that both models, both paradigms represent.
Thank you very much, David. There is definitely a need to do this monitoring and evaluation also, as Maria was mentioning, in order to assess what are the opportunities, what are the learnings, what are also some of the challenges, but obviously always with this approach and understanding the needs of those who are seeking for this international protection and their involvement in also the design and the implementation of such programs. So Maria, you already did introduce a first thought on this, but UNHCR has been playing a key role in promoting the collaboration between government, civil society, and those who are affected by forced displacement. If we look ahead into these opportunities, how do you see UNHCR's role in fostering meaningful participation of people with lived experience of forced displacement and statelessness in the development and expansion of safe pathways to Spain?
The implication of refugees in the search for solutions is key, and UNHCR is always working with a participatory approach and promoting that others, with partners and other stakeholders with whom we work, do also include this approach in their initiatives. So for us it's key to see that refugees have to be seen as partners always, and that their abilities, their skills, and their membership to the community itself puts them really in the best position to identify needs, risk, and also to work on solutions. So we do see that it is key. So how do we foster this meaningful participation? Which, first of all, as we would say in Spanish, we try to preach with example. We do promote in all our initiatives and programs refugee participation, from the design to the evaluation of these initiatives. And we advocate for this also in the frame of complementary pathways, which means that I was speaking before on what UNHCR does to support these kind of programs. When we support in design and implementation, we also support that this kind of participatory approach is embedded in the initiatives. That means, for instance, that timely and adequate information that empowers refugees and enables them to take informed decisions. It's built into the initiatives. It's giving the refugees really the ownership of the decisions that affect them. The integration of adequate feedback and response mechanisms also we think are very important, and that they are effectively implemented also. Frequent consultation throughout the cycle of project programs, especially in pilot phases, is important, including during evaluations, and something that many times is not fulfilled is providing feedback of these opinions, of these participation spaces that have been provided, and how the proposals and the information that refugees have provided during these exercises are being taken into project design and project improvement. So it's this approach. It's really making sure that this is always taking into account, and even also when we are showcasing good practices, we need to give voice to refugees, and we need to be open to to them telling the good and the not so good parts of the initiatives, which is frequently something that is not that easy to put in practice. So I think this is the way that we work with it, and that we try to make sure that others with whom we are working also take this into their work.
Thank you very much, Maria, both to you, Maria and David, for sharing your perspectives, for sharing the learnings that you have detected throughout your experiences, and also voicing out the challenges that exist. I think these are key elements that we take with us, not only for the continuous work that is being done on the Catalan level, but also for all the partners that are present here today that have participated with their own initiatives in the framework of the COMET project. And as we were speaking about participatory approaches, we do also want to engage with this group of experts that is today, that has been gathered today here to close the COMET project. So since we started a bit early this panel, I think we do have about 15 minutes maybe for questions from the public. So I think we did have a microphone here. Thank you.
Hi there. Yeah, cool. Yeah, this is Didac from Open Cultural Center and Refugees Welcome, Spain. Thank you for sharing your perspectives. I would like to ask, well, to put a question, mainly to you both, more related to labor pathways. So yeah, my question would be something like, what needs to happen to accelerate the implementation of labor pathways in Spain outside the resettlement program? Now, you mentioned that in Spain recently there's more like this kind of employment sponsor schemes, resettlement schemes. So I was wondering, yeah, what needs to happen to, like in the present for Spain to start implementing those labor pathways outside resettlement? Thank you.
Maria, were you able to hear the question? I will just repeat the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry because I'm not hearing
no problem. I'm repeating the question. So from Open Society. Open Cultural Center, sorry. We have a question on what needs to happen to accelerate labor mobility pathways in Spain.
Outside of our sponsored resettlement scheme,
yeah,
which is a key part of the question, I think.
Apologies. Outside of the current sponsorship scheme that exists in Spain.
One thing that in the framework of complementary pathways from UNHCR we are advocating for very strongly is not only to look at designing refugee-specific pathways, but also to look at existent migratory channels that could be adapted to the needs and circumstances of refugees. This has very much to do with documentary requirements, with all the documentation that normally refugees in a given context are not being able to present, as would any other person do to have the opportunity to engage in such a migratory channel. So I think there's potential there. There are some initiatives going on now that are looking into this, and this could be an additional and a complementary, let's say, channel to what is being implemented now in Spain. you know, I'm not quite sure, sorry, because I couldn't listen very well if maybe David has mentioned but the labor channel, the labor scheme that has been developed in Spain, it relies on resettlement arrivals, but Spain has committed to an additional quota. So between complementarity and additionality, well, I think that a scheme linked to resettlement arrivals that brings additionality in numbers is a good way forward. It is also maybe such schemes they provide the opportunity in certain countries to start with third country solutions because the framework they provide for that. But I think going back to your question in Spain, definitely looking into adaptation of existing migratory channels would be a way forward to open complementary labor pathways.
Thank you, Maria. Would you like to complement?
It's a good question. I'm a very humble civil servant, so I don't know what would have to happen. Maybe you are the answer, like the organizations represented here. Your job to outreach and knock on doors and present the possibility or different projects to the right people, to the people that make decisions. Complementary pathways, as they are known, regular migration pathways with adjustments so that refugees in first countries of asylum can benefit from those pathways are on the table for the European Commission. They're on the table for many European countries. So it's not something that it's not something new. It's not something that other partners, other countries are not doing. So I think it's maybe a matter of a job for organizations working on this field to knock on the right doors and present the programs, and so that they start visualizing the possibility, exploring the possibility of going deeper into a labor migration pathway for refugees. That's all I can say.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Maria. Do we have any other question or any follow-ups?
Maybe I can come here so that she can know, because I want, otherwise she...
Of course.
No, maybe it might be useful to share what's happening in Italy regarding labor mobility. Maria, you are able to hear me if I stay here? No. So it's useless. It's just that. Okay, you can hear me now. Can you hear now?
Sorry?
Oh, this one? No, that one. No, I just wanted to comment, but I wanted also you to listen. That's why I moved here on the... Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I hear you.
Okay, no, just to let you follow, and I'm Giulia from Italy, from the Federation of Protestant Churches, just to complement and share what's happening in Italy regarding complementary pathways and labor mobility for refugees, because somehow what I was thinking when listening at you, so we have this long experience, 10-year experience of complementary pathways we call humanitarian corridor, which made us develop very good relationship, I would say, with our government, with the Ministry of Interior and Foreign Affairs. And I would say as a legacy of our corridor, we are now managing to test, explore new pathways, also on labor mobility for refugees. So I would say that starting with personal relationship with a, how to say, to get used to discuss and share and have a space, a recognized space where NGOs and the government can meet together, trust, and imagine some additional option. We are now managing to diversify what was initially meant to be traditional pathways, adding pieces, and now we are adding the labor piece, which is interesting. And what's more interesting is that now we are able to explore even different approaches for labor mobility. So we have a more company-led approach, and another one which is more focused on the refugees and the needs, starting from the needs of refugees. So we have one approach more based on the recruitment and selection, let's say, dimension, and another one more based on diversity, equity, inclusion approach. And we are now able to compare, to test which approach works best under which condition. So our suggestion is trying to, get you to try to build a space where you can regularly meet and discuss, and then there are opportunities to develop something more or diverse. So that's our experience.
Thank you very much, Julia, for joining the stage and sharing also. Thank you very much for joining the stage and sharing with us also the experiences and also some recommendations for how things can move forward, focusing on the labor pathways, but maybe also more generally. I don't know if Maria or David want to comment on this, or if there are any also other questions.
Maybe just to add to what the colleague from Italy commented, yes, definitely having spaces where the different stakeholders can sit and reflect are definitely a very important tool. And I think it's mainly these kind of projects like the COMET project and others that might be going on around developing complementary pathways in Spain, or even at a more regional or global level that do frequently provide these spaces. I'm familiar to how complementary pathways have evolved in the Italian context, where our colleagues there from UNHCR that are very much involved. And yes, there's this building trust with authorities and sitting together to think and develop new ideas, innovative ideas, pathways, looking together at where the difficulties are is surely a very useful way forward. And I think that in the case of Spain, there is not a formal, let's say, space for that, but I must say that there is a good communication and willingness to discuss and to see how things can be taken forward. But what I was telling, having mechanisms that provide for these opportunities is important.
Thank you, Maria. Do you want to share any last thoughts? I believe we have to move to the next panel. Just to thank again Maria and David for joining us today. It is a great opportunity to highlight the value of such spaces of exchange between different partners, between different experiences, and take with us the learnings for addressing possible new challenges from the changing political context, but also embracing the opportunities that these can offer for collaborating and working together. So hopefully we will have more opportunities to meet and share more successful stories and more expanded pathways. And thank you very much again for your time and participation.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're now coming to a part in the program which is open discussion. That's why I'm down here. The micro is threateningly close to all of you. And this is really a space to share reflection, okay, on what's next. And I think something David just said was quite important to say, well, establishing something like that moving forward depends on people like you and organizations like yours through action and advocating. So the splendid solve-it-all million-dollar question answering idea now. What should we be happening now? What should we be doing? Any ideas? Is anyone here in the room who would say I think we are on a good track? That was not really rhetorical, that was a real question. Because, yeah, Fiona.
I am gently encouraged by what we have experienced and what we have heard today, notwithstanding the enormous political challenges which we all encounter. I think there is a core group of organisations who are willing and tenacious enough to keep knocking at the doors of government, to keep piloting innovative schemes, to keep looking for funding and try things out. So notwithstanding the massive challenges that are before us, I think that an opportunity remains. I think perhaps one of our biggest challenges, though, is not just shifting the political discourse, but how we can capture the goodwill of society at this key moment in history. Because without that, these are just going to remain innovative ideas that don't grow, that don't scale up. And so I think the work of changing the narrative can't be underestimated in all of this. And that's not been a conversation that we've had today, that's maybe for another project. But it seems to me that that really now is something that we have to grapple with going forward.
Thank you. What did you say, slightly positive? No, okay. Gently. Gently encouraged. Who else is gently encouraged? I'm having a bit of a flashback. I remember when we were CCME in the year 2004, so 21 years ago, wow. We're for the first time organizing a conference on resettlement, refugee resettlement. Half of the people who came thought we were discussing return, because there was absolutely no concept in 2004 in most of the European Union member states about resettlement. And we kept banging on, and the numbers were small, and they still are today, but we banged on, and a couple of others joined the trend, and we thought, no, not going to happen. And all of a sudden, somebody came with the brilliant ideas, we have the Iraq situation, we need resettlement as the European Union. And all of a sudden, 10,000 places were there. And at a certain point, probably a few years after that, you noticed in discussions in Council, so member states of the European Union, that countries were no longer asking why should we be doing it, but why aren't we doing it? And I think, for me, this is one of the things you never know when you get the critical mass that the logic changes. But I think we're still in the moment where we would, if we have a map of Europe and tick the countries where there is some complementary pathway, it still is probably a third, half, Belen, you might know, depending on how you count it, probably as well. But it's still not the majority, but I think there's quite a lot of movement, and you never know when the time will be right, and when either there's a political event which triggers it, or there's a new desk officers in the ministry who said, I want to write something in the briefing for my minister, maybe I should suggest that. So I think that is, for me, something which makes me a little bit optimistic about things. Others of you who are saying, well, we will not get there any minute, but here's what we're intending to do. We heard quite a few things between the lines in the last panel, which I think are interesting and will be developed further. Where are the spaces in between the lines? Yes?
Hi. Thank you for your comments. Yeah, I wanted to bring maybe again the topic of the labor pathways, as I see them as those which probably are easier to scale up as scale up market and so on. So I was wondering, what are your experiences in talking to companies and proposing these complementary pathways? And what role you think companies should have, or we should ask to them?
Would the Italian colleagues want to come in there? Because I think there's probably most experience there, as far as I know. Yes, no, tomorrow. I'm coming around and you decide. Your slight nodding turned into more determined nodding. So.
No, that's a good point, the role of companies. We are all used to, well, not all, but generally tend to perceive companies are the bad part, the part that works under the priority of profit. And maybe that, as usual, the reality is more complex than that. But for sure, I do agree, the risk of looking at this potential of labor mobility only under the economic perspective, it's very high. And although, I mean, everyone is sure that refugees comes with skills, competencies, they also come with constraints because of their refugee background. So if you do not fully understand and try to recognize, and also companies need to recognize this aspect, their level of employability gets affected, and the short or medium term success of your action might be limited. So again, what we are really looking for is having companies on board, but under specific rules and under a specific approach. So companies who are part of our project they want to be on board not only and not because they need of labor force. There are many other persons, even migrants who are already on the territory. There's no need of having refugees coming, but they really need to believe that having a refugee worker in their company, it's an added value because of cultural diversity and it's a richness. So that's for us is the key element to choose among companies to bring in. So I see your point, and you're probably right. So there is to be a deeper consideration to be done.
Yeah, I think that's important for refugee labor mobility to say, yes, there is an economic argument, but it can't be a purely economical argument. It also needs at least a certain couple of grains of corporate social responsibility to be in that.
Thanks. Just to complement what Julia said in the context of the STEP project, which is the next AMIF project that we are leading, what we are learning through that, in the same way as a standard community sponsorship project, that the actors involved need to be properly supported. So the companies are key in employing, obviously, the people who come, but it would be naive to imagine that they should have to do that entirely unsupported, because it's a complicated process to support someone who has the complex needs of a refugee. So what we are beginning to understand is that the model needs to allow for the companies involved in any programme to have a certain level of support so that they can engage in a way that is meaningful for the refugee and is also meaningful for the company too, and isn't too much of a drain on the company whilst it does that work. So we're only at the start of the project, so it's a learning process.
Come back in 2 years about the results then.
Maybe just to add one thought, and very well related to what Fiona was mentioning right now, is also the role that municipal authorities can play in bridging that connection to the companies. In a series of webinars that Fons Català organized in the framework of the COMET project, we had an exchange of experiences, and we had one of the municipalities, the mayor of one of the municipalities of the province of Valladolid participating, where the mobility pathway pilot in Spain has been implemented. And the role of the local authority is key also in bridging, but then also ensuring that these gaps in understanding the full process and connecting also with the other needs that people who arrive through those pathways require, it makes the response much more complete and sustainable also, because it is not only an access to the labor market, there is a need for housing, there is a need for education of, if there are minors in the family, there is so many other needs that are interrelated, and the local authority as the closest point to those services that can be provided, but also to the detection of the needs, can facilitate also those spaces of collaboration and identification of needs and responses.
And I think that's a very important point to look at that and say, okay, who are the allies? Whom do we have on our sheet of SWOT analysis? Who's really in the opportunity corner? Because I think it's absolutely correct to say migration policies are getting more restrictive, national level, European level, but yet we know that from, for example, lots of municipalities engaged in there, it's more of a mixed answer and saying, no, I mean, we're not as such totally against it, and we rather have people here coming here legally than not knowing who's here, and we rather have people integrated than people driven to exclusion. So I think it's important to really map carefully who's out there. That will take time. Good mapping of your allies takes time, but I think particularly in these times when the traditional actors, national governments, might seem less receptive to say, well, if you as national government are not there, you will have to say yes at some point, of course, but there's other actors who are willing to carry it with us. So I think that's quite important, and the private sector coming in, I think, is also quite important. Universities, I mean, we've only touched today a bit on the universities, but I think it's quite remarkable what mobilization potential you have there, and what already current or future opinion leaders you have there. So I think it will be quite important there. Other thoughts? Yes.
Totally different way of thinking. Totally different object I would like to talk about is what I've witnessed here talking about is integration efforts for about a year, 2 years or something like that. When we were discussing over lunch, I realized that historically speaking, integration was more a problem of, let's say, 2 generations. When I look back at certain parts of Germany, is this something that has to be accounted for in our work, in, let's say, another future project to, well, we can't in a 3-year project do the work of a generation, but at least make people aware of that problem, if I'm not the only one to see that problem.
I think the question of integration, realistic time frames for it, and what you at the end of I never liked the question, what do you really mean with integration? Because you then often get into a very theoretical discussion. But what we often see in these integration debates is that those who are supposed to integrate newly arrived are told after 20 years, well, you're still not participating in political parties or sports clubs, without looking that the majority of the so-called indigenous population also doesn't. So it's often more that you should do much better than the average citizen. So I think it should be very, very important to look at that. Also against the background, and maybe I always come in, of course, looking particularly at asylum migration, but also a bit of church social work in general, we have disintegrating societies. We have lots of people who have never moved and still are completely not integrated. Their children aren't able to participate in school and similar things. Of course, people who have a new start have it particularly difficult, but we also have people who have never moved, who are not integrated in any of the circuits, like job, having regular employment, participating in social life in other ways. So I think we need to discuss where are the areas of social cohesion we have which get people in. And that's not to say there's no need for good integration and buddying programs for newly arrived. There is a need. But I think we also need to understand that the assumption everybody has their place in society is not working. I personally also have doubts if it ever has worked as much as some people want us to believe. But I think today more than ever we need to see more and more people are falling through the cracks of the social security system. And that means we need more infrastructure, but also we need to think how to pull people in who so far have experienced state authorities as non-existing or something you rather need to be afraid of. Others wanting to come in. Well, I had the big idea and now I killed everything.
One more thing before you close everything down. And in the hopes of the Commission representatives still listening in on us, this is more my personal pet peeve as somebody who's working with public funding. For the next financial framework, it's very much under discussion, which is a euphemism for it should be done, to incorporate a results-oriented approach, which our project here, our work here, what we discuss here, is completely off the mark, because we cannot determine simply how many migrants we can support, how many people we can support, how many people can even reach our shores safely through complementary pathways. But that number would be decisive in results achieved. So results-oriented projects are what we in our work of field here don't need and would not help us in any way, because our work, our effort, the budget that we need does not depend on the number of people we welcome. That's basically a fixed number, fixed budget, but our reimbursement would depend on that number. So it would not work, and it would rather discourage people to devote their efforts to what you're doing here. And that's would be a grave mistake, my personal opinion and my pet peeve. So please, dear people in Brussels, I hope you heard that. Thank you.
I hope they did, because they're the next one on the agenda. And I'd like to thank you for contributing all your thoughts and ideas and energy to this session. And I would slightly disagree. I think this project can show results, but they're probably not in X number of people directly help. So I think we need to have another dimension here. But I'm very much hoping that our two colleagues are now, yes, Sophia and Konstantinos. I have seen throughout the day that you've been with us throughout the day, which is really fantastic. And our colleague is just trying to get you in so that we can hear you. I hope you can hear me. Can you just give me a thumbs up if you're hearing me? Okay, that's excellent, because I just wanted to introduce you as the two persons. Sophia, you've right from the... We lost you on the screen, but I'm sure you're going to be back in a second. Yes, there you are. Sophia, you've right since the beginning of the project been with us and been very, very important in making the impossible possible, because as I mentioned in the beginning, this was a project which had lots of changes and adaptations. And as I said, we're very thankful for the flexibility you have shown. I know it's not always easy, but thank you very much for that. And Konstantinos, you have, I think, joined halfway and also be a friend of the project and our contact point in the Commission. I would like to get back to you with 2 points which have been mentioned under the heading of predictability. And there's on the one hand the political question, and of course the European Commission, being one of the EU institutions, has political ideas about it. And the second one was very much on the question of finances. And I know that in both areas, both finances as well as political will, you make your contribution, but that there's also lots of other factors coming in. So if there's a call for more predictability in both areas, what is realistic to expect, what is to be hoped for, and what is something which is very unlikely? Please enlighten us.
Yes, sorry. So I believe my colleague can address the first part of the question, the policy-related question. I'm just wondering if you would like us to start presenting or if we first address the questions.
It's really up to you.
Yes, yes. Okay, Konstantinos, if you wish.
Yes, thank you, Sofia. Thank you, colleagues in Barcelona, for organizing this. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So I think that your conference comes at a very opportune moment, I think. The Commission is working on ensuring real and viable pathways for refugees. So in the beginning, I would just like to stand on this pilot, on COMET. I think it's very relevant to what I'm going to say on our policy considerations, in a sense. Listening to the discussions from the morning, and as you said, Torsten, that I have joined halfway this project, I get the sense that COMET is a kaleidoscope. It reflects where we stand and what we are trying to achieve, in a sense. And please let me explain why. I noticed that there are many member states involved, so in a sense, it's a transnational project par excellence, together with the United Kingdom that participates in this project. Second, it focused on existing pathways, but it tried to open new pathways to Europe. Third, and I'm very happy that I had many colleagues in the audience and also during the panels mentioning the multi-stakeholder approach. This is very much needed in order to establish, apart from expanding the pathways, to establish a community of practice and an ecosystem, let's say. Fourth, it's one participant mentioned during, I think it was in the morning session, that we're not gathering to discuss about successes, about a successful project, but also about challenges, lessons learned. And in this sense, I noted down a lot of points mentioned in the morning, such as flexibility, logistical issues, issues related to diplomatic delegations, regulatory framework, the legal framework, criteria, perceptions in terms of the host communities, but also of the people admitted under the project. So, but also the knowledge exchanged and produced. In this sense, there's a very important report published under this project, and this is very valuable also for our work. So in a nutshell, I could argue that COMET encapsulates diversity in the field of complementary pathways as alternatives and in addition to resettlement. So I was very glad to hear about community sponsorship, education pathways, humanitarian corridors, and sponsorship on particular groups, vulnerable groups like the LGBTQI plus community. So in a sense, this the project fits a lot to our policy considerations, and of course the main one is the pact, implementing the pact. And when it comes to legal pathways, of course, it's our new regulation, the Resettlement Humanitarian Admission Framework Regulation that was adopted last May as part of the pact. In November, we had the kickoff meeting, and in a very few days, the Commission is convening the second meeting of the high-level committee, and this will be a very good opportunity to discuss of how we design the union plan. So for those that perhaps are not really familiar with regulation, the union plan will detail the number of people admitted for 2026, 2027, and also the areas from where those admissions should occur. Then on its integration. Legal migration and integration are interlinked, and it is necessary to ensure that there is proper support for migrant integration so as to make legal migration a success for both the host society and the migrants. This concerns both pre-departure and post-arrival support, and of course, according to the EU Action Plan on Integration and Inclusion of 2021-2027, the multi-stakeholder approach is a success factor. Last but not least, and I'm glad you had this exchange in just a few minutes ago, refugee labor pathways feature as well as a priority, and aspects of the project relate very much to what we would like to achieve in this regard. Again, we would like to see strong partnerships between the state, civil society organizations, and private individuals, and I'm very happy to hear in the discussion that preceded our intervention about also the role of municipalities and the local authorities. And of course, in the context of the refugee labor pathways, the pre-departure phase, the matching process, and the post-arrival stage are very important, and this project has touched upon all those stages. This is in line, of course, with the 2020 recommendation on safe legal pathways to protection. And since you also mentioned about the funding in 2023, the Commission has launched the call to fund union action projects related to complementary pathways linked to employment, to work. But again, the aim is to transform those pathways into regular avenues of both protection and opportunities. And I'm really happy that the Commission is also working with like-minded partners, for instance, the Global Task Force on Refugee Labor Mobility, to see how we can advance this work. So thank you very much again, and I will pass the floor to my colleague, Sofia.
Thank you, Konstantinos, and apologies everyone, because before I forgot to start with hello, and thank you for the invitation. So building on what my colleague just said, in what comes to the funding part, to the implementation part, while we cannot yet tell anything about how the work program of 26-27 will look like, we know that the Commission priorities for the next years, as announced by the
by the President of the Commission still includes, of course, legal pathways as a priority. And pathways linked to education are in fact foreseen in the next AMIF integration call, as we will present to you after. However, we do note that the Union actions are here to test and pilot. They are pilot actions, they are to test initiatives, new ways of doing, and whose results can nonetheless and should be promoted to the national authorities at the national and local level, for example. And moreover, project success to us is not just measured by the number of pathways, but also to what extent they can trickle down to the national level and make these sort of actions sustainable even beyond the EU funding, of course. From what we have seen from COMET, of the reported deliverables, but also of what was presented today, it seems that it has been positive, the involvement that the project has reached with public actors, and the rest I leave to our presentation.
Thank you very, very much. I think that was very, very insightful to hear. Maybe, Sophia, you can, one of the thorny issues, I think, was financing work on the ground. And as far as my understanding is, there's quite a bit of limit for community funding there due to the principle of subsidiarity. So to which extent is that something that the funding needs to be picked up by member state? To which extent can European Union funds, maybe not AMIF, but like structural funds, help with that?
Well, on the other funds, I cannot really pronounce because it's not in my competence. But besides the AMIF funding that there is either for the member states programs or the AMIF grants that we, of course, concede with the calls, there are indeed other programs of the Commission, other funding that are associated with somewhat equality of citizens, for example, that can be explored, I would say.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Yes. I would allow for one or two questions if there's anything from the floor. We have slides, I'm being told. You have prepared a number of slides. Yeah, maybe then we go into that right away.
Apologies, we could not hear the question. If perhaps,
I'm being told that you had prepared a number of slides you wanted to present.
Yes, can we share the slides?
Yes, please go ahead with that.
Okay, fantastic. I'm sorry because
yeah, my apologies for me.
The room so well, so we are acting a bit deaf here, but okay. So let me know if you can see the slides clearly, at least. Okay, it seems so. Okay, fantastic. So without further ado, we proceed to the presentation itself. I thank you again for the invite to join this panel. I'm here together with Konstantinos, as you have seen. I will allow him to introduce himself. From my side, I'm just going to say that it has been a pleasure for me to follow the COMET project in the past years even. I followed it as project officer of DG Home for most of its implementation period. Konstantinos and I have been attentive to what has been shared by the other panelists, as well as the testimonies from the project beneficiaries that you invited. And we are ready to provide a few insights. Myself, I will provide an overview as requested for contextualizing AMIF and the call under which COMET was awarded and how it was implementing its actions. Whereas Konstantinos will certainly address the EU policy priorities on legal pathways. So Konstantinos, if you want to give a word to introduce yourself.
Yes, it's quite weird though, because I have already presented the priorities, but yes, thank you. I'm Konstantinos Athanasiadis, so I work for the legal pathways and integration unit. I joined the Commission last July as seconded national expert by the Hellenic Ministry of Migration and Asylum. So, thanks.
Okay, fantastic. Perhaps before I was sharing a wrong screen, I'm sorry for that. Okay, so I believe we can proceed. So we are here today to focus certainly on AMIF. I'm just going to provide a big picture of the Home Affairs funds that we work with at DG Home. So these are the Asylum, Migration and Integration Fund, of course, but also the Border Management and Visa Instrument and the Internal Security Fund. Also, as you know, the Commission is funding projects for asylum, migration and integration here. And the funds are set for a period of 7 years following the implementation of what we call the MFF, the Multi-Annual Financial Framework. We are currently living through the 2021-2027 MFF, whereas COMET was awarded under the previous work program, the one of the MFF of 2014-2020. So now moving to the objectives of AMIF that you can see from my screen. So these are four main ones. They are the strengthening and developing of all the aspects of the common European asylum system, including, of course, the external dimension, as well as supporting legal migration to member states and contributing to integration of third country nationals. AMIF also works towards countering irregular migration and in ensuring the effectiveness in the return and the readmission in third countries. And finally, it serves to enhance solidarity and responsibility sharing between EU member states, in particular towards those that are most affected by migration and asylum challenges, of course. So how about the implementation of AMIF, you may ask? How do we implement this fund? Broadly speaking, also reminiscing a bit of our previous conversation in addressing your questions, there are these three main strands of implementation of the fund. On the one side, we do have shared management, where the funding is included into the member states' programs. Whereas on the other, we have the thematic facility, which includes direct and indirect management modes, specific actions of shared management, solidarity actions, and also emergency assistance. So where is COMET? I already give you a tip here. It's of course under the grants awarded by calls for proposals by AMIF, which are part of the direct management strands that you see there circled. In the interest of time, again, I won't discuss in detail the other implementation modes, but I can tell you that within Union Actions, this direct management means that essentially the Commission is directly responsible for all the steps in the program's implementation. That is to say, launching a call for proposals, evaluating those proposals, signing the grant agreements, monitoring the project, assessing the results, and eventually making the final payments. And that's how we got here today with COMET. So what has been our journey together? It has been quite a long one. So in October 2020, that's when the Commission published the call for proposals on transnational actions on asylum, migration and integration. And this call comprised 6 topics. And the one for each COMET applied was the topic, of course, for promoting complementary pathways for people in need of protection and their further integration. This call has attracted a high number of proposals, and I believe this should be always mentioned. So we gathered 377 proposals, and this particular topic yielded a crowd of 20 applications for funding, of which 6 were awarded, one of which COMET. So that means that COMET was already part of the 30% success rate, more or less, in applications. which was already from then a notable achievement. And I'll get to the other projects that were awarded in a minute. Just want to mention that, because I believe it's worthy to say that there was a significant budget committed to this whole topic, which at the time was about 10 million euro. Then what happens, essentially the project proposals are evaluated by a group of external experts. Usually this includes members from academia, civil society, consultancies, etc. And they are the ones to see the real merit of the actions being proposed. And finally, we signed the grant agreement of COMET around December 2021, and COMET was able to kickstart its action in January 2022. So, as I told you, there were other projects that were awarded in this call, other 5 ones. Perhaps you have already heard of them in your networking in this field of action. They have been COMET, DT4E, EU Passworld, Repair, and AMCOR. I had the pleasure to follow all of these projects and see their activities unfold, and also to have been evaluating their final results together with the DG Home policy team, of which my colleague Konstantinos is certainly part of. So, while COMET does not need any introduction for this audience, especially after today, I'll just say a few words about other actions that we have decided to fund and we have accompanied. So for AMCOR, for example, this one is the one that concluded the earliest in May 2024, and it aimed at fostering the integration of third country nationals that were in need of protection through diverse ways and procedures and practices to improve humanitarian corridors, but also private sponsorship schemes. And it involved a big consortium of 8 EU countries, actually. COMET ended in June 2024, and this one dedicated to the development of complementary pathways in a sort of a different geography from AMCOR. This one was in Croatia, Bulgaria, and Slovenia. It was also a pleasure to be at their final event. And they created new models for private sponsorship and offered recommendations for improving the national reunification systems in these countries. EU Passworld was concluded later, so just by the end of 2024. This other project developed recommendations, policies, and promoted best practices in what comes to community sponsorship and complementary pathways, and these ones were targeting the countries of Italy, Belgium, and Ireland for both labor and education pathways. Then we had the Reaper project finalizing in the same month, in December 2024, and this one brought together 4 Red Cross national societies, which focus on strengthening the support for family reunion processes at local and national level. And to close, we also have DT4E, which is still a running project, only set to be concluded later this year. And this one is dedicated to support people in need of international protection in Jordan and Lebanon, connecting them with employers in Belgium, Ireland, Portugal, and the UK, and to sustainably integrate them in the labor market of these countries. So what can we say about the outcome of this AMIF topic, of this funding? We see naturally a higher number of people that were in need of international protection that got to benefit from complementary pathways to the EU, including pre-departure and post-arrival existence, to make it effective and sustainable. As the speaker from the morning, Mr. Prince, referred to this type of pathways actually starts with the preparation, the pre-departure engagement, the preparation of both the beneficiary but also the institutions that are involved in the process, right? Then these projects also allowed building a stronger foundation for local and national authorities to work on complementary pathways, also as we have discussed earlier. And of course, a great sharing of best practices of these innovative solutions across entities from a multitude of EU member states. So we can see from these resume of actions that there's clearly a high-level role of union actions for AMIF. The projects do serve mutual learning and creation of new partnerships, as it was referred also by the colleague Lorenzo earlier in the morning and others. Projects such as those in the field of complementary pathways do call for both a multi-stakeholder but also a multi-sectoral approach, and such composition allows sharing and testing new initiatives across the Union as they strive to foster these innovative solutions that are coming from research achievements but will then be translated into practice, identifying the gaps and filling them with new ways of doing, of course. Now I give the floor to my colleague Konstantinos. Go ahead.
Thank you, Sofia, but I think I have already covered all points. So unless, probably it's because the sound is not very good. So I covered all the policy priorities for the Commission. But if there are any questions, thanks.
Sorry that I did a spoiler alert. Sorry.
Okay, certainly. So if you wish, I can simply move forward.
Yes,
please do.
Yeah. Yes, you can see here that we have a slide on the EU policy. After the EU policy priorities, you have a slide on the thematic facility. So the thematic facility that we are currently living through, after which COMET was awarded, already included numerous integration priorities, as well as information campaigns on the risks of irregular migration and actions to combat trafficking of human beings. While we are at the last year of this thematic facility, which means that several calls for proposals have already been launched, closed, and some projects are even being prepared to be evaluated. I leave you nonetheless the latest reference that we have on the calls for proposals that will be launched still this year, as it might interest you, as part of the same 3-year work program. In particular, outside the ISF, you can see here that an intake call will be published likely end of this quarter or start of the next one for AMIF, which has several priorities, of which I would here highlight the one on complementary pathways linked to education. You can find more details on the AMIF work program and updates on the launch of the new calls at the DG Home website. And then for us, I believe this is all. We are ready in case there are still questions from the audience that Konstantinos and I can address. And on my side, I say once again that it has been a pleasure to follow the project. Of course, as it was mentioned before, there are always certain challenges that come in the way, but we are here to support you, to listen to you, and we will continue to be, of course, during the final reporting process of the project that we'll enter into very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking around here if there's any questions or reactions in the room. Then I would once again like to thank you both for your presentation, also having been with us throughout the day. It's always good to know that you're there at the different points, and I hope it's been fruitful for you. Thank you very, very much. And that gets us to our last program element, for which I would ask Fiona to come up here with me, namely some concluding remarks. Do you want to start? Or? Yeah. Well, maybe while you're being seated, just a few observations. the day has been immensely rich. And as I said, we would have had far more videos to show you. But we don't. They're on the website or will be on the website. But I think it was, on the public website. But I think one of the strengths of this project has been to make things tangible through visuals, through podcasts, through interviews. So I think that's, for me, part of the refugee-centric things, like not keeping people as numbers, figures, cases, beneficiaries. I think you said very relevant stuff about the difficult terminology, but as persons with potential, with hopes, with dreams, which are often not sufficiently taken on board in the system we have, and that is one of the reasons why we need to continue working on complementary pathways. The second point, I've already said it in the discussion here on advocacy. Our advocacy and political work and our pressuring and saying we want better circumstances, we want more of that, may often seem futile, but we never know when doors are going to open. One of the experiences of now being in advocacy in 25 years is that you never know what kind of public event might happen which will completely knock over your advocacy strategy, and that's any kind of bad news, which are refugee, asylum seekers, migrant related, that can screw your advocacy strategy and you can't do anything. But occasionally there's opportunities also which you maybe have influenced a little bit, but which come from elsewhere, and then it's good to be there. And I think for me, even if we have noticed that maybe we have not gone as far as we wanted, even if some of the corridors have not come as far along as we wanted, it's worthwhile to be prepared and to say, well, here we have some ideas and they're not pie in the sky, but we've done that. You can replicate it. And the third thought is, and that is a discussion we also had over lunch, what is the specific potential for complementary pathways compared to others? Is it the very, very big numbers? Maybe not. That's maybe more resettlement. Is it the very, very detailed, exactly, totally individual thing? Maybe not. That might be more humanitarian visas. So it's maybe the space in between for specific groups with specific needs which otherwise would not be adequately addressed. So I think while we push for complementary pathways, it's also, for me, an encouragement to look at where does it fit together. We have, I think a decade ago, as CCME formulated it with other Christian organizations, saying we need a toolbox of safe passages, and it's not one size fits all. There are groups which will benefit here, there's others where that might be more suitable, and I think we should think along these lines. A last thought is the question of, is a complementary pathway something which the government nicely gives away, or is it a right? And I think we at the moment have the conceptual framework that asylum is a right, but even resettlement, but also complementary pathways are somehow discretionary. And I think we also need to work on that conceptual question. If we say that there are people in need of international protection and who should benefit from international protection, I think we should develop our thinking further. I'm not myself completely sure where we'll exactly land with that, but if we think that there's a right to international protection, we should think how much that applies to the different ways of obtaining international protection.
Thanks, Torsten. I'd really just like to leave you with 4 words that for me have been a thread that's come throughout the day. The first word is diversity, this diversity within our partnership, a diversity which has allowed us to benefit in such concrete terms from one another's experience and skills. The second is tenacity, because this is a project that has been beset by difficulty, and yet despite that we have kept going and taken some pride in the keeping going. The third is creativity, and various speakers have referred throughout the day to the ways in which the programme has developed, the adjustments that we've had to make, the flexibility that we've had to show, the adaptability of the partners involved. But the fourth word, and maybe the most important for me, is collaboration. because COMET has genuinely been a partnership. There has been a sense of solidarity, of a willingness to work together, and although the lifetime of the project is coming to an end, I suspect that the relationships that have been built and strengthened through this partnership will continue for a long time to come. And thank you to the Commission for reminding us of the broader framework in which we sit, the continuing opportunities to collaborate, to work in this big sphere. And I feel very proud that together we have created this unity and sense of determination to work together as the years go on. I think it just remains for me to thank all of you for coming today, for having participated, whether that's been in person or online, and most of all for all the work that you have done over the last 4 years, both in the writing and the implementation of this project. Thank you again to the venue for providing us with this lovely space in which to discuss matters, and thank you to everyone who's helped with the logistics in making this happen. Above all, safe travels, and look forward to the next chapter, whatever that is. Thank you.